And yeah, as we are once again alive upon the internet. As I forgot to eat the thing I put in front of myself to eat right before the stream. But let's actually eat that because I could use it. Let's actually check in the category how things are looking. Yeah, pretty busy. And yeah, I'm jumping on way early for once. As time-wise, it just works out this way better. Let me already make sure this goes over here where I expect it to go. Yes. Yeah, let's jump in. You know what? Let's actually have a look at this. I was working a little on this concentrated company layout and not sure I actually finished or how far I got.
Safe area detected.
As actually last night I couldn't really sleep, so I actually stayed up, did a bunch of work stuff that like was for today already, and then slept way late, and then basically just got up and have a few hours before I need to go do some stuff, and then maybe also even sleep for another bit, and then we'll do another evening as well after. And either Zendo, and you're a betting man. You're betting on 3. Oh yeah, maybe, likely we will, but that's fine. I need it, man. I need a rep. 4 as well. Right, man. Oh, has it gotten worse? I wonder what underlying, if somebody already is looking at underlying reasons. Sometimes some people can already deduce a lot by okay. Did they fix the third item actually? Looks like it. I've only seen the harmony there. Oh, speaking of the harmony, let's actually go get Danny. Let's target it for today. It's actually even the master nowadays, of course. I'm kind of unsure how masters drop. But I'm guessing, seeing as they're just using legendary underneath, I wouldn't be surprised if the loot in there is just legendary. Might be interesting to try that. Also, maybe trying to, because of the comms, because of the collectibles, because they did do they pulled one of these, which is interesting. It's only 5 extra slots out here. Oh, this outfit is the one from the, if you buy the premium bundle thingy. So not per se, you know, it's a bit expensive for what it is. Although actually it's $15 basically for the outfit, right? Because you get the season pass, you get $5 worth of premium. You get 20 level skips and you get this outfit. So this outfit is basically $15 then. Yeah, let me sure. Actually, I realized I didn't even check if I. that's me kind of waking up and just rolling over and starting a stream. Yeah, just making sure everything's actually set to the right titles and stuff. Also, even if we delta and stuff, my intention is to mostly work on this for today as well. So it's not even that big of an issue. But yeah, let's actually go get Snitch. I'm gonna try to get him here, just so I can get an extra bounty for Downtown West. But he's a lot less consistent here. For For a second, my brain didn't register there what was happening, that was my companion. Oh, audio broke.
What was that?
Cover!
Volume for a second. There.
I'm going for the flank!
Gotta reload.
Suppressing fire! Target is active again! Take
You know
that!
what? Let's actually see. Actually, yeah. In the end, I saved it as a 5-piece. It's likely the way I'm gonna save that thing.
Now you'll think twice!
And then
I'm going for their flank!
either overdogs, although the Tinker thing is, I think Pesty is a really good fit for this set. Kind of leaning towards that as well. You know what? Let's take the lazy way out. Let's just. Cheating. Yeah, kind of same here. Yeah, I just made it way too late last night. That's why I just rolled out of bed. But also, yeah, I just couldn't catch the sleep, so I just stayed up and did some work stuff for that had to get done today. So I'm basically mostly work free for the rest of the day, except that I have a few meetings later on. That's also why we'll likely go till like 4:30ish, 5 at the latest.
My friend set up shop. I can tell you
I
where.
do want to know where you. Then you can see. Actually, as well, while we're at it, I'm guessing somebody checked Hoarder, right? Although seeing as they're doing a patch on the 16th by the look of things, or 23rd or whatever. I like doing 16. I would still expect them to maybe put Hoarder into special mode, because like the original, you know, because he's not. Which makes sense, because somebody would have checked that. But yeah, like the Christmas Hoarder is like the original special Hoarder, so I would hope they would turn him on. Although we'll definitely have an event with like seasonal stuff. The thing is though that there seems to be a different event style kind of planned. Which I also just only know what's been leaked basically. Or what's been, you know, mined. So, which wasn't too much, we just know the basics. Or well, at least names and stuff, we don't know how it's gonna work. And I definitely can use some resources back up.
You need to unload some stuff?
Yeah, so 1 exotic, 3 optimizations, crafting material one. The named one,
Glad we could work out a
I'm
deal.
gonna take, man. But for some others, it would still be useful. Actually, how much? At some point, I need to actually okay, but yeah, I wonder actually how many I have. It's annoying that in the past here, if there was nothing else, it would show here how many caches you exactly had. I wish they would kind of put that back in here, so that you could just see. I'm just staying in here for a second. I don't think does it. Nah. But yeah, seeing as they nowadays always have bundles and stuff rolling, you don't get that anymore. Right? I'm curious to know actually how many caches I had there, which would be, yeah, a lot, I'm guessing. But yeah, let's so yeah, one exotic from Danny, but a few optimization caches and oh, and Hader GZ, and oh wow. Thank you for the massive raid there. As always, much appreciated. And yeah, I hope you had a great stream. I actually caught a little bit of it while I was booting up IG. Actually in the background a little bit. And yeah, the issue that a lot are having, I see it in the corner of my eye happening there.
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
Mr. Delta also decided to raid us there. But yeah, we had a great stream. And yeah, welcome in raiders. And as I'm just getting started up here, as the title says, I need to work a little bit on the unit spreadsheet, and we're gonna start messing around with concentrated company. But yeah, hopefully we can actually mess around a little bit. Because yeah, the servers don't seem that stable. Which kind of sucks, but hopefully they'll figure out what's causing it. But at this point, I would think maybe something is causing it, and I wouldn't be too surprised if it's maybe companion is the obvious thing, but maybe, we never know usually. Although, well, sometimes we know because sometimes people sleuth through the code and figure stuff out. And yeah, hey there, all readers, and yeah, welcome in. Yeah, doing well there. Thanks for asking ourselves. And yeah, hope everybody's enjoying their Wednesday so far. Don't forget to go get your Danny and your Cassie. We got our Danny there. Let's actually get our Cassie as well. Let's have a look at Cassie.
Friendly control point nearby.
If we reach it in time. And in the worst case, I always have spreadsheets to fall back on. Now we can just do some sheeting. But I wouldn't mind actually getting some playtime on concentrated.
Detected.
I wonder as well actually if for people that have been playing, is it just some of the servers? Because although, well, I just did 2 countdowns, right? Like it wasn't much. Because I like the 2 countdowns and there didn't seem to be disconnects there. So I wonder if it's kind of
Give up, asshole!
server related kind of deal. Yes, my minion, shoot them and give me stacks. Oh yeah, Concentrated Company are already playing around with it in the PTS quite a bit. Definitely performs decently well in a group setting. Solo, it still can perform decently, but it's yeah, it's not of the same.
Here we go.
Target down!
Like in a group setting, actually, in like a 4-man with
Hostiles.
stuff that spawns a lot, like we did a bunch of retaliations and such, it worked out actually pretty well. But yeah, solo here, I basically can get at the most 3 stacks on an enemy from an enemy kill. Basically 1 for me, 1 for my companion, and then 1 for my drone. Could add a turret to the mix, but also running it full reds. Revive 5 is going to be worth more than that. Full war zone here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That here we go. And yeah. Our verbose companion. I feel after playing a week of this, I'm just gonna in my sleep just hear just like reloading.
Shit! Gotta switch mag!
I'll just be
Just lie down and die!
dreaming about cheeseburgers or something, and then just suddenly hear reloading.
Now you'll think twice!
Curtailed.
Danny.
Back online.
I'm guessing maybe some regions have it worse than others then, or just having extra bad luck.
Like it close!
Because definitely yesterday as well, I seem to have had better luck than
Damn!
some others, but also not immune. Streamer luck not completely saving me, and neither Leffy. 20 minutes, yeah, it might not be very playable, but that's like there's stuff to do as well, so it'll be fine. I know everybody's having it. Oh, does companion's damage scale with party size? No, but the party size is just. Well, actually, I say that, but we should actually test that. But no, I don't think it does. I think because I'm pretty sure actually we had the same. Yeah, because we did. Actually no, we did because we had this at least in PTS. Maybe they changed it now because they did change a few things behind the scenes about the companion. So, for instance, things like glass would apply to the companion. Things like that would trigger on kill, like skilled or stuff like that. Or even preservation would trigger off of. Although actually, preservation might still. I didn't see that one on that list, but yeah. So they did change a few things behind the scenes with them. Not working on regular NPCs. There is the blue marker on the enemies if you have the modifier on, which has a 60% damage reduction. So if you want to headhunt, honestly, you're likely better off without. Although you can still power through with like determined headhunter and stuff, but yeah. I need a splinter. I needed this. Anyway, wait, let me. I missed the bench here. Let me catch up for a sec. I'm not sure if their health and armor actually does skill though, but that would be an easy check because it shows their health and armor. But I also don't think it does that. For Survive Fest, yeah. So did they actually say? Because I was trying to actually earlier on figure out like what exactly is tied, or if it's like actually a thing, or if it's just like, hey, we're just doing a few stream again around survival and there's going to be a dev stream that they kind of talked about, but outside of that I couldn't find like an actual thing. I know the first two items were already new from the Countdown vendor, but yeah, nothing too useful here. Sometimes Kazi has like, you know, red flippable pieces. I was actually hoping for a unit piece, maybe. No, second thing I would just buy 100 of them, just donate for quick proficiency. Well, also a gear set is pretty easy to proficiency as long as it's decent enough. Yeah, let's actually take this back to base. Why don't we take this into Countdown for a sec? There's also Countdown seemed a little more stable yesterday, although might have just been gotten lucky a few times. Let's try that with this. curious to see actually if subgrouping and stuff, we didn't do any subgroup testing. Well, it would still be kind of hard to parse if it is coming from another player until we like really test it. But concentrated comment is mostly like next week's video or something like that. Yeah, indeed, as a GC getting their creator collab, and yeah, I may have seen that looked pretty cool. But yeah, well, it's awesome. Although yeah, I'm likely way far from their mind when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'm tiny compared. Well, at least it's not crashes. Those were worse. At least deltas don't take you all the way out of the game. What sort of thing? Yeah, but nothing concrete is out yet, right? So they haven't announced anything specific, right? That's very rough. Yeah, although I would expect either tomorrow, if they need the maintenance, they'll likely do it tomorrow. If they can fix it outright, likely it'll get fixed behind the scenes. But sometimes we've had this as well. I mean, honestly, the last 2 seasons, the first 2 days have been rough, both times. Like actually, was it last season or was it the year 7 season 1? No, Brooklyn was kind of fine, right? So it was last season then. That also had or maybe it was with a point something patch. But yeah, annoyingly, sometimes it happens. And yeah, well, there's not much we can do. We just have to either go play something else or grit our teeth and bear it. Turns out. That's actually not as bad as some other people are experiencing. At least if it is 4 times an hour, you can go do some stuff still. Yeah, but yeah, don't go do like super long missions or something. Just go do some activities, some bounties or something. Well, in like, you know, in the how many people. Also, as well, I actually don't have like iconography that is my own. Like the PFP and stuff that I use. Actually, I yeah, that's just from. I should at some point actually have some commissioned or something that looks like similar enough that it's recognizable, but then that, you know, is just different enough. It's 5 crashes. Keep in mind the difference delta and crash. Like crashes are way worse. First of all, like if you're crashing because you have to load the game up all the way again, and then. But yeah, deltas. Yeah, I have delta once already there. But yeah, it is what it is. Honestly, for the time being, either grit your teeth and accept it, or just, you know, yeah, go play Division 1. Just look at it as like the season started a few days later or something. Because I know a lot of people are bitching about it. Honestly, the bitching is more annoying than the deltas. Honestly. Like, I get it. Everybody's angry at it and stuff, but the way you deal with misfortune tells a lot about you as a human being. And say good things, not bad things. Like, everybody's suffering from it. Like, there's no need to add to the suffering by just circle jerking. Well, yeah, it's not going to be per se true because of the modifier. The thing that seems to be happening is whole server packs are crashing, which is an issue we've had in the past as well. Especially, for instance, we've had it happen to certain sections. So, for instance, the kind of Kenley classified summit kind of server sections, that it was just like every 10 minutes or something, the whole clusters would fall off, and then basically everybody, because even if you're solo, you're sharing a server basically with other people, like those people you see in the shared space. They're, you know, even if you're out in the open world, you're still on the same server effectively. So just big ones with a new alloy set. I mean, you can just choose it. Big one is just the gun, and effectively it is just the gun. You could even try making a headshot variant of it. Or alloys, you mean? Alloys. Also, again, just stick it in striker. The obliterate becomes equalizer, and that's about it.
Thanks for the deal.
Because yeah, unit alloys effectively, outside of like its named items, is just a brand. It's just a very competitive brand. Oh, actually, caches I opened rolled back as well. I had it finally yesterday. We were, I think it was actually magic out there. The Spessy that I was re-rolling, I re-rolled it. I got crit chance. I dealt that, and it went back to not having crit chance. And I had to we had to spend. Well, in the end, it was just like 2 more exotic components. But yeah, it was just like, God damn it. I think I just got in crit chance as well, and then it's kind of broke. Oh yeah, let me get you. Well, actually, let's start matchmaking here. We'll just drop into a challenging countdown. Whatever.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
You have deer and killed it. Deer in the open world. I've definitely killed stuff with the turret or with the drone. I think you have to directly targeted them in the past, though. But yeah, maybe they've messed with that in some way. Yeah. Although I'm not ever likely gonna do branding in like a significant way. I like checking along and at my own speed and kind of in the way I'm comfortable. Because honestly, the for instance, well, the YouTube game and stuff, it's not lost on me how to like clickbait and stuff. I just don't want to. There's the old saying: you either eat well or you sleep well. I'd rather sleep well. We have so much more damage from other pieces as well. It's not just the companion.
Communication relay offline.
There needs to be some downside. Like actually, even that 60% is like you notice that it's there, but it's not a complete like unkillable. It's not as bad as even the regen or something like that. The thing is, there has to be a downside to the, or something to counter the damage increase that we get from the modifier. So last season, that was the enemies doing like a shit ton more damage when they charged up that red, especially. But honestly, I'm fully in favor of damage reduction, and honestly, it needs to be those levels because otherwise, it doesn't make enough of a difference. So let me check actually with that. I didn't check in the BTS either. If
we need to restrict access and security,
if anything like bypasses that, because well, I'm gonna guess negotiate. Well, I don't know. We should check. I wouldn't be too downloading.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated.
Wonder if that's
lockdown.
deltas or just like the servers are struggling here. I should totally pull out my drone right now, right?
Serious trauma detected.
I was hoping he would push forward, but he didn't. Yeah, the downside of this set is kind of these moments. Strikers has really an advantage on this fight. What? is the close range buff. Why wouldn't you? I was guessing. I was hoping they were getting it because yeah, this will make this kill 10 times easier. Because yeah, now we just get close. Oh, well, right here. Oh, I read that one too. Just covering for my allies to get each other. Once they're back in the game.
System reactivated. Agent down.
They aggroed that one.
An agent needs assistance. Immediate medical
Well, it's not
assistance
a very
needed.
strong close range. I'm just gonna wait for reinforcements. But yeah, a striker would have been better there, actually. There's that ace. Yeah. Likely for a few days that will be the case. Should have been in range of that hunter. For extra lap. Oh, good. Oh, actually, the hunter parts are there.
The target should be nearby.
Because we're not going to go past that because we're going to exit on the other side to lab. And yeah, we've been spotted. Yeah, I don't think by themselves they used to in the past, the drones, and yeah, they might have changed something there. At least I don't think they didn't need as well.
An agent has reconnected.
Searching. Oh, actually, yeah, that's fine. Although, wait, am I? Yeah, I don't have any loose. I wish the drone would mark for me as well, actually. So if it was like skill of me, I can also see how that would be abusable through like Oxy and Mortar and stuff.
Target detected.
Oh, it sounds.
Target neutralized. High risk target detected.
No, I'm totally ODing it up, basically, marking as many. Oh yeah, I'm almost full now. That's the thing with this, like, yeah, especially here, like with a wave like that spawning where I can mark almost everybody.
Area secure.
You know what? Let's actually take unit alloys. Let's see about. Should try getting the backpack. They were. No, I didn't, right? Yeah, we can just farm the backpack. And the box.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Must not forget box. And lab right here. Oh yeah. Oh, actually I have one equipped already. Nah, yeah, I've given up on not using quick step. We'll just do the Counter-Strike thing. Alright, okay, should be The new brand cover. So this gear set is basically, it's a marking gear set and it's on kill. So we mark an enemy. Any skill or ally that shoots that enemy basically adds a stack onto that mark. And if they die with that mark on them, they give us stacks. And basically, the stacks, the way that this set is kind of set up is that it is basically the stacks stay for a long while. You lose, it's a max of 35. You lose one stack every 10 seconds. So from full to empty, it's 5 minutes 50.
System breach initiated.
No, 3 minutes 50. 5 minutes 50? 3 minutes. What was it? 3 minutes 50, yeah. 550 seconds. Oh, no. No, 350 seconds. Yeah, so... Yeah, 3 minutes 50. Math is hard, yo. Actually, I forgot how much. But yeah. No, it is 5 minutes. 5 minutes 50 seconds. 350 seconds. Brain not awake yet. That's why I was going. So yeah, the stacks stay along for a long while. So once you kind of get it going, it can be very, very good. Thing is though that yeah, it is basically any like here especially. I haven't checked yet, and we'll subgroup. I'm gonna guess because the wording that it uses is ally, and generally ally means both subgroups. But that doesn't need to be consistent always because it hasn't been. I also wonder on stuff like that, like when the dog is exploding and I mark it. I'm guessing I still get stacks, but I'm not sure. But yeah, all skills and stuff also add to it. So the obvious thing to kind of do with it as well is just to have some offensive skills that count towards, but... But mostly, yeah, you kind of want to be in a group setting.
You should be able to access
And
the
of course,
waste
yeah,
area.
for the timing as well. The thingy adds to it, the companion. Did we get the box? I mean, I don't think I did. Okay, there it is. And yeah, layout-wise, the backpack seems pretty good. We'll do the calculations on it, but basically I get at max stack 70 more weapon damage out of it, which likely will be better than most other things. The thing though is we could take vigilance just to have upfront damage. The chest though is not per se worth taking, so kind of want to avoid it even. That's why I'm kind of running it here now with the obliterate chest, equalizer chest, and then overdogs. And that's likely the setup we'll go with. Because the backpack is also kind of good enough to just run, opening up a slot for exotic. The skills for mallows, yeah, at least they should. Actually, yeah, they do, yeah. Which makes it so as well when you have like multiple of these together and like multiple of them running some of the skills. Also, one of the things is, for instance, one of the things I could do here is go with things like Oxy, for instance. And then when the wave kind of
Agent, you reached the
spawns,
waste area. I need you to secure the radioactive material to override the lockdown protocol.
because that also like it's not, you know, just turret or drone and stuff like that, but turret and drone, of course, like obvious kind of picks as just like they linger for a while. And yeah, stuff like this, for instance, also doesn't get marked. But even though I was like at half marks, because I wasn't doing a good job of running. I still reached here with like, you know, still like 10 marks remaining or so. Oh, nah, that's not 10. 5 or 6. And a U count always has 1 as well. One of the annoying things though with it is that the thing isn't refreshing. They didn't change that right now. So basically once I've marked that guy, the timer is just gonna run out and then it's just gonna run all the way out. Where for instance with OD, every time you shoot them again with the status effect, while they have a status effect on them, it like resets the timer on it. So. And actually at full damage, at full blast, this can do some decent damage. Once it's at like high stacks. Which I'm realizing here in Countdown, yeah, so many fights are... just, although the thing is here also we're running a 5-man now.
Radiation detected.
So there's less people around.
Target detected. An agent has disconnected.
Less than another person.
Great work, Agent. The power plant is stable.
At least
now get the hell out of there. Shoot
it's
off
not
a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
the whole server falling over. We got the marks. So blue things over there. That's that damage reduction. That person above you is very miffed about. Understandable as well, but yeah, there needs to be some downsides. But yeah, those guys are the commanders. They give there's a red area around them as well. They give extra damage or is it also damage reduction? But that's the commander thingy in the modifier screen. I should actually reread it for a second. But yeah, the enemy itself has a 60% damage reduction, meaning, you know, it takes quite a lot longer to kill them. And I'm gonna not have my drone out. Even though it's gonna get, like, there's a jammer pulse happening here at the start of it. It would have been destroyed by that. Just to, you know, ease the tensions with my allies.
Disrupted.
But yeah, so here, for instance, I'm likely gonna get a bunch of stacks.
Serious trauma detected.
And also the set being weapon damage, actually once it's kind of going, that's also why I do have a Pestilence as my secondary. Once it gets going, I think Pesty is a really good fit for it as well. Because this was already competitive with like the Lengmo set at full stacks. Although that's at full stacks. So. The Lengmo set is basically there after just 5 kills quickly.
System restored.
That everybody blocking the box. The priority here should be very much that healing box. That thing needs to go. And there's still a hunter right here.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
An agent needs assistance. System reactivated.
Here we go. And the enemies do skill, especially ones if people have disconnected like ages ago. So this was 5-man skilled. And especially with stuff like this, like I'm gonna be at full stacks this whole time, which actually puts me over likely the strikers, because the strikers can't stack here. The thing is though, it's also they don't, you know, we don't need to. But because, you know, everything's insta-dead anyway. Just grabbing All of
We
these.
see you. Helo inbound on your
The
location.
liter. We'll see a liter. if it worked out for us. Should try to get, actually, I want to get a crit chance crit damage backpack. Because I will likely, well, we need that for testing if nothing else. That
Ready for
free
extraction.
talentable one, so it's worth optimizing. And the strength of this set is this, where, you know, going between choppers, tipping skills, striker, heartbreaker, that would be at barely any stacks. This stays at full, but yeah, getting there, especially solo, is painful. So, yeah, I should catch up a little.
If it wasn't for you, we would have lost the power
Delta
plant.
good.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
the
Vika.
servers are kind of, yeah, not very stable today. Work with EMP on drones. Oh, if you like as a second stack, it should likely, because you're doing the electrical damage, likely would count. Or might be worth testing by itself. There's gonna be a lot of, when we go to concentrated company testing, there's gonna be a lot of that kind of stuff. So, for instance, here checking. Although there, I'm pretty sure, because likely if it wasn't both groups, because there we're down to like 5 people at the end, I would have not gotten as well stacked up if the other subgroup wasn't counting. But we should just go in there with a 2-man and just have like direct testing of that. Oh, if this was crit damage. Actually, I had one yesterday and I just was like, do I need this for something? Before realizing, like, oh yeah, no, I do. Actually, how are we doing on this? Not that I need to proficiency anything more. I'm at 30. I still like doing it. We definitely did concentrated company yesterday because we went and bounty cheese that zone. So even before I even put one on, we had donated 100 pieces. Yeah, let me get you. I was kind of way behind. Like perfect blitz rate. I mean, it's, to me, it's a little power creep, but also, yeah, it's the obvious best pick as well. So, I'm kind of fine with it because it gives newer players an easier way to get that chest. That chest has always been kind of, the chest and backpacks are always kind of harder. So, with the night goggles and the helmet, it just goes down when it's dark enough. So here, actually, in the shared spaces and stuff, I don't think it goes down. But out in the open world, if it's dark enough, I don't know actually what it bases the dark enough on. I wonder if it's just kind of like the chameleon. It's like checking the underneath us and how lit it is or something like that. But yeah, it does drop down, but you have no control over it. There's no like, I press this button and it drops down. It's just,
Hope your next mission goes well.
A little too quiet. Coming up.
yeah, it's dark enough.
Much longer. Here we go.
Usually it doesn't. Well, that might be, it's getting light already. But yeah, it's not there for a second being done. The funny thing is also it puts a like green glow over the eyes. That might have been just because here maybe. We should go, yeah, I don't want to. Coney would, for instance, always work, but yeah, it's getting too light for it now. Let's see the pearl, multiple night vision goggles on it. I think that's the one I'm wearing here, right? That's the one from the premium bundle. So that's the $30 bundle here, where you get the season pass. Thing is, though, you're basically paying $15 for the outfit if you were already getting the season pass, because you get season pass $5 basically worth of premium credits if, you know, I'm going to use that up, but that's also not for everybody, but, and then $15 for that. And then you get 20 skips as well. But it's only really worth it if you either really like this one or, you know, you, in my case, I basically buy everything. And the ongoing joke is that's like what the subscription money is for and stuff. So even though that's way more than that. Getting Delta 3 errors constantly, yeah, that is a common issue. It is what it is. Maybe, yeah, just jump on some other game for a bit and give them some time to fix it. They usually fix it after a bit. I didn't see it in my stash. Okay, sometimes it takes a little while, but it shouldn't take like too long. If it takes too long, reach out to support. But yeah, it does go into the stash, but seeing as you're saying it didn't go into my stash, I'm guessing you checked, but yeah, it goes into the mailbox section. So yeah, you do need to go like over here and claim it from like, I don't remember a special delivery or grant on this one, but what's the build I'm running this? As a concentrated company. The new gear set. Just messing around a little bit with it. Although this is likely the layout I'm going to go for. And then it's going to get saved as a 5-piece. So we can, although I don't think Tinkerer, I'm going to care enough to put Tinkerer in. Because honestly, I feel you just run some other weapon. And then once it's kind of charged up, you swap to Pestilence. It's kind of the idea with it, at least for me. Version goes with the season model. Oh, keep in mind it's not it's an outfit. So I don't know if you checked, but yeah, it's Urban Warriors because it's just an outfit and gloves. But yeah, you do need to claim it from the stash. On this one, yeah, they definitely went to the stash. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I've had it as well where it's kind of delayed for a while. I had the same few seasons back as well with several times in a row with seasons with buying the season pass and it taking a while to activate. But usually it does. But yeah, if it doesn't in a day, yeah, definitely reach out to support. They can usually help with stuff like that. Anyway, there, me then. Yeah, thanks for the help on the content there. I seem to be luckier than most, but yeah, I've seen some deltas. That's what we're gonna fix, yeah. No, they didn't need to put out a tweet as well. I didn't see that. Because deltas, yeah. It's if it is getting too bad, yeah, just I would say just find something else to play for a day and hopefully they'll get it fixed pretty soon. It's either that or just grit your teeth and bear it, but yeah, that can get painful after a bit. Oh, but the new season modifiers, at least they're trying something interesting. The companion that was honestly my first reaction as well when they went like, hey, we're doing a companion. I was just like, are you sure? Because making a good companion is a really hard thing to do. Like the thing is, when people with these kind of systems, when people go like, hey, we're adding this, people think of like the best version of that thing, right? Like when they go companions here, people go like, oh, they're adding, Alex or Ellie or I don't know, stuff like that. Yeah, like really well-made companions. That would never work not never, but the amount of work that would need to get it to the same level in an open world game like Division would as well beyond. is well beyond. So because yeah, they are basically basic bitches. You just have to see them as a decoy that has, you know, a decoy and a assault drone rolled into one. That's basically what they are, and you should kind of just treat it like that, at least for the companion end. And then the modifier itself, yeah, I'm kind of fine with it not having way too much damage. They added actually a little bit of damage to it with that, with the like the passive permanent buff. This thing, because yeah, you do get 15 weapon damage. That's not a shit ton, but that's still, you know, half of a full rating, right? It's also not nothing. But yeah, last season's ones was, for instance, way too far in my opinion. Like, that made the game trivial by a degree that I was just uncomfortable with for too long. Like, if that was the game always, I would have gone somewhere else, I think. Season. I mean, yeah, there was pretty big RPM bonuses. It wasn't just the RPM bonuses and stuff. It was also Zealot. Like, you could just go like, hey, I don't want to die for the next 20 seconds or about 15 seconds or something. It's just like, yeah. Those kind of stuff are a little much sometimes. This one is a lot more tame and also makes it, again, kind of worthwhile to actually, you know, pay attention to your build, make sure it's kind of set up correctly. Yeah, and as well, sanitation as well, of just like, hey, I want to set everybody on fire, and then also still set everybody on fire with a lot of extra damage for the next minute. Or even just say cheese of just like, I want to blind everybody every 20 seconds. All of them were pretty, and then on top of that, 30% rate of fire. Because yeah, this 15%, once you have this kind of filled up, so this doesn't take too long. As you can see, I have it done without really trying too much. But yeah, you just need to keep recruiting until you have 10 out of 10. And also actually the skill efficiency is kind of nice. I am noticing it on the skill haste and stuff like that. And especially for eclipses and such, it's actually, because yeah, it's skill haste, status effect, and skill damage for them. And then on top of that as well, like skill efficiency is all the skill stats in there with repair skill, and then also skill duration and skill health in there as well. Oh, actually 15. Oh, this will be nice for tech tanks as well, actually. I realized that. I haven't ran a tech tank yet today or yesterday, but I need a midi. On companion so far, or yeah, so that, yeah, indeed. Just an active decoy. I think I've got something similar. Isn't the Chinese one just a drone, effectively? But also like visually, because this is also the guy here, basically, the underlying code is just a drone. That's also, you know, as janky as a drone. I need the prime. And yeah, doing good. Hope you're doing well as well. As yeah, we're just chilling out, and actually I just I need to like work on this. Let's actually do some work on that. Which is unit alloys. Do I need to? No, we can just sit on this character, right? Like, do I need to swap character? No. I already have an equalizer here. Everything's there. Because I would need to... I really want to get most, if not all, of this done today. And today being like this afternoon and this evening. And preferably even mostly this afternoon. And then maybe this evening record, actually. Record the thingy. I know. We're basically going to do like... I've already done unit alloy by itself. We're going to do equalizer by itself. And then just pair it with overdogs just as a, you know, just general piece. We need to check chest striker with salvo, and then kind of this combination, and then that combination versus exotics, which is kind of actually what I did in the PTS already, but yeah, they changed the values on, for instance, salvo, and we can go much more in depth as well now because, you know, it's not one of several other places. Yeah. And thank you, Cosmic. Yeah, I've seen it some, yeah, because I've watched Virtual's channel as well sometimes, but don't remember actually what exactly the companion. I remember it being like a ball drone or something, right? Bonuses. Yeah, I mean that's the Chinese version of this. Is like when people bring up like that they want. I mean they don't want that section of it, of course, but yeah, that's kind of baked into that version. Name pieces and holsters. I mean those two pieces don't really add that much to capacitor. But actually, capacitor lined up well with the other version in the past with Brazos. $100. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen like how the Chinese version is kind of set up, and yeah, it's very much that kind of grind to win or pay to win kind of system. But no, yeah. Last season, I was towards the end of it. I was definitely like, I'm kind of done with the modifier. But yeah, definitely was power there, and also I definitely also used it for the masters and stuff, just like easy moding it. So I didn't complain then, but also I feel that mission was kind of scaled in a way that you kind of needed the modifiers. Definitely, we did it once without, and even on heroic, and that was just like actually pretty rough. Seasonal thing, yeah. I'd be curious if they because we don't have even a roadmap and stuff going forward. I wouldn't be too surprised if they maybe repeat this kind of thing, but then because you could very easily go like, okay, we'll do another modifier next season, something different, and then outcasts. We get out. Well, outcasts would be weird working with division, but I know hyenas maybe first, or likely Rikers would be the easiest to kind of story-wise do. But you could, with any of them, you could story-wise make up a reason why we're fighting alongside of them, and then and then kind of reiterate on the system. That could be an interesting. Like, if I was them, I would do it that way. I was just like, hey, every other season it's going to be companions, but then different factions, and then they can kind of keep reiterating on improving it, refining it, and then. I'm not sure what she even said there, but yeah, we'll just remove that. Because I'm guessing it's just swear words. Just in a language I don't understand. The three companions at once. Yeah, although the thing is with Ghost Recon is built around that. And also, honestly, like, it's a different kind of game, and because of that, like, in here, if we had like 3 decoys and stuff, it's I feel Division is significantly different enough that I don't think actually like companions is actually a good idea to have in there, like, or to try to push it too far, because there's a fine line you have to walk there, and if you want to make it kind of balanced, now they're like way off the line on this side, but actually the other side would be worse, where it just plays the game for us, right? Like that would be actually, that would get boring more quickly than a weak one. At least for me. Mm. Like True Sons are that much more sane. Because yeah, the True Sons have also, you know, done some dubious things. So enjoy. I mean, yeah. Because for instance, for myself, I would never be okay with playing the Chinese version outside of curiosity. Like if the Chinese version of the game was this version of the game, I was at already like ages ago. When the game becomes too, any game that becomes too just like too shitty towards the, because one of the things I actually like about Division is how kind of fair it is towards players. Not of course to like an extreme extent or anything, but you know, when we have, for instance, those apparel event stuff, you know, there's always some free stuff and there is some paid stuff, but there's also, there's something, because it's very easy to do that kind of stuff. Also, just like stuff like, hey, you want 3 times XP, you want 5 times XP, premium pass. Like that's how a lot of games actually do that already, right? But here they always put all the events are always free, right? And stuff like that. Like even now as well, you don't even need, like won't need for level 40, stuff like that. But it's very easy to like over monetize. But that's my issue, for instance, with a lot of other games. Like Warframe, I'm completely not okay playing outside of like just, I've played it quite a bit out of just curiosity, but I would never make it my main game because I'm not okay with boosters and the amount of like that they want to go with that. I know that one is at least not free to play, but and I'd rather pay. I'd rather pay up front instead of being, hey, you want to speed up this crafting? All of those systems can yeah. Can go and fornicate with themselves. Some girls Division 2. Thing is that the companions in there are also just as simple kind of as are here. The thing is just they are useful just because you can mark and execute, right? That's really only useful thing they really did, and then just in firefights they kind of help out, but they aren't actually significantly more complex than what we have here. Yeah, let's go do some work. So last time, so yeah, we were hooking in measured. Oh, that was a calculation for this again. I'm like, what is this crit calculation out here? But that was what it is. Because yeah, we've hooked in killer already. We've hooked in streamline already. Next was measured into this. Because yeah, we do have rate of fire difference. So I'm curious how much of a difference that makes. So actually, if I... So if we just do... Oh, no. Oh, okay, yeah. That's going to break there. So wait, we need to lock... What do we need to lock? 43. No, 42. Yeah, 42. And the rest can shift, right? No, the rest should shift even. So this is going where? Oh, yeah, so that or that. Okay, so we just need to lock this on this one. It's the easier one. You know, a spreadsheet is getting serious when we start using if statements. Yeah. And then on this, it's basically the same, except this also needs to be locked. Okay. So the 42 is locked and the 43 is locked. Yeah. And then also for this one, it needs to be 115 on these ones. Okay. So that's those two. Then on this one, and then this becomes a 1.15. And then we copy these over here and here. And then ta-da. Okay. We'd love to see actually how much we gain from the talent. So we could do that by just taking these numbers, putting them over here. Values only. And then so this is this number divided by this number. Okay. No, actually, we don't lock anything because we want it to be like that. Oh, nice. Actually, yeah, that's a good. Does actually measured? Okay, yeah, measured loses out a little bit. Nothing. Just gonna do that so I remember what it's for, or that it's for a purpose and actually set up correctly. So measured gains us, almost 0.5% less, but that's still fine. I need attention. Haven't listened. Mind yet. Actually, our black dust would be the kind of obvious one to kind of work with. Because though that, yeah, you could kind of see it always, like story-wise, you could always make it make sense by it being like an offshoot or like, or just like this, like mutineers. But mostly just to have the other factions as well. Like they could always move it into, like we just repeat the companion system with some iteration and then some improvements each time, and then just different faction each time. you could have an outcast rusher that you just spawn and just single use. You have to recruit a new one each time. That could actually be funny. Love that. The Wonder Dogs. Actually, in the Black Test section, you could have the dog. Yeah, indeed. Even if, yeah. And uh, the- I feel it still leans very heavily towards a singular Division 1 base named one. Okay, so that's Equalizer. Yeah, let's actually let's move to Salvo. I'll take that already. Actually, so EFAV 10.0.21 90. Oh no, actually no, 180. So Salvo with just, although actually I should swap characters. I have a salvo on the other character, don't I? Although it's not optimized, but that's also not an issue. I don't need to optimize it until we go and check the numbers, but honestly, all of them are kind of based on the same one, so it's pretty basic.
Entering safe area.
I think, oh yeah, they're even still set up with the salvo. But yeah, Chest Striker Overdogs we'll take. I'm just taking Overdogs as well with most of these as just very simple 30%. We don't need to because Tinker we need to incorporate 2 talents, weapon talents into it and stuff like that. That adds a lot of complexity, and it doesn't per se matter for actually, well, it does kind of matter, but I'm kind of considering actually doing a double take on unit alloys as well. We'll kind of do this big one and then kind of go after some of the quirks and some of the like other things it changes, which isn't that much, but yeah, things, although we even have that in here already a little bit, but yeah, measured. But also things like killer activation rate. Because for instance, us dropping our crit damage lower and lower through to salvo, we're starting to eat into the killer activation rate as well. Killer being one of the bigger talents we have to kind of look at. Yeah, how much of a difference that makes. But let me catch you again. Betty and Lisi, yeah. Is a true son? I mean, can I have a true son dog? I was a caretaker for this build. Caretaker in general is always going to be kind of competitive with Lexington when it has triggered killer, but that also means that it's actually not competitive at all with Lexington when killer isn't triggered yet. And also Lexington kind of handles better and such. So it becomes kind of the lean is more towards Lexington than caretaker. Because for a bit there, the caretaker was actually could be recommended because the Lexington was not, before they put it back into the stretch goals and stuff. But now, honestly, that you can kind of get both through the same source. If you get a Lexington with killer, that's honestly the better choice. Yeah. Sorry, just checking something in the background there. Yeah, so let's already, so layout wise, this will be SB salvo plus, how did I do it here? Salvo plus over D. So we are 100% points. Just take the same section. Actually, no, not that one has an if statement in it. We shouldn't take that. times 1.2. Oh, no, actually, no. 1.25. Also 5% from the salvo. I'm happy that they kind of pulled the salvo down a little bit. That one was kind of silly. Equalizer is also silly, and the brand set is also a little silly, but the salvo was a step above. What do I say? Oh yeah, the handling on the G36 is just substantially worse. It is a scatter gun. It does have a better drop off though than Lexington. Just let me double check actually. It is a 100-meter drop off, right? I mean, yeah, it is a scatter shot, so it's gonna be, yeah. But yeah, it doesn't. It has the optimal range, but not the effective range. With it. Open pool by now. They appear to be. That's the expectation. That was already what was in the PTS. And yeah, they're also in. You can get them through retaliation. You can get the blueprint, so you can just craft them. Wait, do you mean which one? This one? These are just my multi-calculators. This is what I use in most of my videos, where we can just input here and just compare stuff. This is core to most of my videos, but that was likely if you haven't seen it. You know what? I should chill a little as a link to my YouTube there. For those that may not, because yeah, likely you have a bunch of newer faces in the stream. Actually, these are, you can also, because these are not this one specifically, this one's kind of extended version, but the somewhat simpler version, although actually no, it has all the functionality as that one now, but just a single one. These are just in the calculators thingy. It's also, was it DPS calc or was it damage calc? So that's this folder, for instance. Yeah, these has these calculators in them and stuff. And I have on my YouTube as well videos on how to fill these in and stuff. So, but this is core to like comparing, because we're basically fill in up to 10 builds here and just compare on percentage. That's the point of these. And then I usually, for videos and stuff, like add stuff to it. But this is always how I used to already try to make sense of things for myself. So I'm just now doing it in video form for others as well. Hardcore and softcoded. Okay, yeah. So if you have if you have already all the retaliation ones, then it's just a few hyena ones. I think it's for hyena completion, because the shroud is outcast kill squads, and then yeah, the overdogs is for hyena completions. So likely with a few hyena completions, you can just get the blueprint, and then you can just craft as many as you want. If you kind of knowing that you're kind of deeper into the game. Of course, for newbies, that's not per se. You need the resources and stuff, but for more veteran players. I linked it up there as well, so that first link. But no, it's just IKEA without the 87. But usually, if you search for that in Division with like Division 2 at the end of it, otherwise you'll get, there's this one store somewhere out there. It's a small mom and pop shop. I think they sell meatballs. That's what they do. That's the only thing they do. But yeah, they took my name. They then took my job, but they took my name. It's fine. Yeah, so we have 3 crit chance mods here. Yeah, so 3 crit chance. So we can either go 55, 105. Actually, yeah, let's check. 55, 105. We'll just do it with the full calculation, actually. Actually, we should have both in here anyway. Which one's gonna win? I think the 55, 105. Right? Because the crit damage is... Although, well, it depends again on if we have killer on or not. Let's already unmerge all this. Because it will have the... I should just do this to the main file. I have a main file that we always copy from, that this one is kind of based on this. Because this is just that multi-calculator, but just kind of several times in a row. Because we basically need this whole section here as well. No, we need to hook it up later. Oh, that's that hook already in there. Well, let's keep that hook in there. That's already as well. I should make these hooked into 70 times this box. Wait, why didn't that work? The measure will hook in separately. So 60 and minus 12, so 93. This isn't set up. Yeah. No, with killer. Oh, wait, what? Oh. Maybe if I do it right, then it'll work. As on killer's active, that pulls ahead. So which one do we go with? It's further behind than it is ahead. The 55 will work out better with if we have any sort of coyotes or stuff in the team. So yeah, we'll put the 55 as the top one there, but we'll do the same thing of just like a 58 and a 60 there. Well, actually, then I can make it to 58 again as well, right? With 3 mods. Which would likely be the winner. Because we're going to take 3 crit damage mods on the weapon. Shift up 3 times. Shift crit chance up by 3. Because actually, I mean, just try 58. So minus 6, 99. Wait, that's actually worse. I mean, yeah, that is actually worse. But not when killer comes in, like, right? Let's take all 3 then. F it, why not? So 58.99 and 60.93. Okay, 10, 0, 21, 180. Actually, we should. Not that it matters, it applies to all of them the same, but the overdose active. Is we'll have, yeah, again 4 underneath it. You know what, let's fix that. I hate that there's a space with the other ones, but not with these ones. Gotta make it look right. And actually, I should catch a one shot for a second because I'm in my own world very much. The old one, there's no active companion. Yes. We still need to check, but that's what it says. As long as because yeah, especially in groups, it doesn't spawn a companion right away. So you could even forget to do it. And then yeah, you get whatever passives you have available double. We need to check as well that it actually works like that. But actually in the range, we can't spawn the companions. So we'll likely have the 30% there always. And it's hungry. And thanks, Joey. Yeah, if you're into the numbers, that's kind of my jam. It's kind of the thing I do. So I think you'll like it. So on this, it's just 20. Because I will include what if it was just a unit holster. That's basically our comparison point on how much is that 5 rate of fire more than anything else, and then, you know, other damage brands and how much of a loss they would be. So we're going till is it still 6? It's not. So yeah, this goes here. This goes here, and this is a 58. So, and then also this is. No, this is 3 crit chance. This is 3 crit chance. This is 3 crit damage. There we go. That to me, half the fun is is this as well, just figuring stuff out, and then also nowadays I enjoy quite trying to figure out how does stuff work out, and then also how do we explain that, because that's usually a whole other step as well. So the balls indeed. That's funny. When's this season? Sorry. Unitally chest blueprint. So yeah, do you mean just the normal thing? Where are those ones actually? Because I don't think they mean the equalizer. Because the equalizer is in the reconstructed caches. So is salvo. So is fraught. So is the other shotgun. I was about to say Overlord, but that's something else. What was a shotgun? Is it or lockdown? Those were under constructed caches. But where are the season right? Season track. Was equalizer? Where is? I think whenever you claim, yeah. So the normal pieces, whenever you claim basically this, you're claiming both an item and then also its blueprint. So that's how these are set up. Because that's the blueprint, that's the main item. So, and then the gear set is from the journey. Which is actually the same it was last season. I should have remembered. But yeah, it's been a whole season. Getting Delta errors, everybody. Everybody's getting Deltas. We are basically Oprah Winfrey out here going like, you get a Delta, and you get a Delta, and you get a... It kind of sucks, but it's, yeah, sometimes with new season stuff. Yeah, for those interested in drops, as I see there, but yeah, the exclamation point goes before it. Yeah, if, for those in here for drops, make sure to link your account. That is required. So I put the command, or I put the links there in the chat through that command. So make sure to link your account with that first link, the drops-register.ub.com. You basically log into your Ubisoft account, then into your Twitch account. It links the two. And then watching any person with drops in their title, or well, they need to be Ubisoft creators, but they'll be the only people that will have that in their thing. And then, yeah, you can claim them in your inventory, which is that second link. But yeah, you have to link your accounts, watch people for the needed time, and then claim them in the inventory. Because, yeah, missing any of those steps doesn't work, basically. I'm glad you like it, Joey. I'm like, yeah, I keep it simple, but we'll make a decent community through that as well by not clickbaiting too much and stuff. Partially as well as I know that, yeah, it is a niche thing as well. Like, I'm always aware of it. I could try to unniche it a little bit, but I kind of like actually going super in depth. But also, that's not for everyone. But also, I make a bunch of shorts as well. That's for a lot of other people. They know me through that as well. As yeah, well, I have most of my stuff is way too long. I also try to show that I can make it short if need be with the shorts. These are yeah. I've had twice so far, but also I've been mostly like just standing in the White House. Yeah. And hopefully, so yeah, the devs have posted that they're aware of it, of the deltas, and yeah, they're hopefully, hopefully they can figure out what's causing it and fix it. Preferably without a maintenance, but maybe we'll see a maintenance tomorrow or something. They haven't announced anything yet, right? Shimans of layers since the launch of the new season. So even actually in the server status, they've on the official Discord, they've had, we are aware of crashes impacting some players since the launch of the new season. The team is actively investigating and we will share updates as soon as possible. Yeah, hopefully they get it together. But sometimes, as a lot of games have as well, not just Division. The first day of, new season, new expansion, or like release or something can be rough. Yeah, so if we were to replace this with Cheska, how would that line up? We would gain that 8. We go 61. Wait, first actually just this. First just the unit holster. But then this is this one, and then this one is this one, which totally makes sense. That one is that one. Which one do we take? We just take the 55, I think. Oh no. Which one would we take here? The 58 was substantially better though, wasn't it? Yeah. 58 was better, so but here also I would say the 58 is the better one as well. So 58 plus that. But we gain a 12, right? We would gain a 12. And yeah, in the brand bonuses, basically 5 rate of fire versus the Cheska's 8. Cheska is basically kind of head to head. But 6 crit chance from a stat, this 5 is still, you know, way higher than it, because we see that here as well. Like if it was just a unit holster with that extra crit damage roll, it's actually like more than 1% behind. It's still not like humongous differences, but it's still differences. Pretty big differences. Videos on YouTube. Well, you'll be wizzy for a while. A lot of my videos are very long, and there's a lot of them now. I just actually realized I was like thinking of like, oh yeah, it'll be the 2-year anniversary of the channel this February, and then it went like, wait, that doesn't sound right. It'll be the 3-year anniversary actually. So, which made me go like, oh wait, like time has just been flying, like these last few years. So, which is fun as well. Oh, somebody runs gear set, the chest loader holster. You mean the brand set? So it depends. It depends on if you need Obliterate Striker or Chest Striker, because you know those two things are still separate in like places and usages. The thing will be basically Obliterate Striker. You would just take Equalizer. So you would just have, you know, instead of basically the Cheska chest, because yeah, Equalizer is just a lot better than just normal Obliterate. And then for Chest Striker, Salvo, although we need to kind of compare here, because yeah, we're going to compare Salvo against other stuff, but yeah, Salvo, I think, will beat out any other, I mean, we're checking that here, basically. I think it'll beat any other contender here for Chest Striker. Likely, even if it doesn't do it fully on damage, just at 5% as well for just stacking purposes is very nice as well. But especially for Obliterate Striker, Equalizer is just you can't match it with anything else. Yeah, thanks for the kind words, Joey. Oh, for days of lunch. Oh yeah, a lot of games happen. Like that's also why, like, I remember, for instance, there have been sections of Division's age, and those were unacceptable too. This one is also, you know, kind of like unacceptable. The thing is though that just bitching about it also doesn't change it. Like, it's just grit your teeth and bear it, or just go play something else for a while. But yeah, there were ages in, you know, when season 9 hit. I remember, like, yeah, I was even like lucky, but I had like, yeah, either daily crashes or every other day a crash here or there. And that was like, I was one of the people that had less issues. And yeah, it was good that they eventually kind of handled a bunch of those things. But yeah, we've had rough patches that have been way rougher than this. So it's kind of that gallows, you know, the guy hanging in the gallows going like, first time. It's kind of it's still, you know, it still sucks, but yeah, It's there is no intention there. They're not, it's not the devs are our enemies or stuff. It's just shit happens. Hopefully they'll get it fixed and we'll have stability again. It was actually last season as well. We had, I don't remember. I think it was with a point something patch, right? Where for like 2 days it was kind of super unstable as well. What about terminal with salvo? Also an option, yeah. If you want to use thermal, and especially have a chest striker. Here I'm just for as a basis, because the thermal end of things, that'll still be, although well, you can go Cheska then. Or yeah, you shouldn't go Cheska alongside of it, of course. But at its core, it doesn't per se matter what's alongside of it in the build, because the percentages are going to be basically the same difference if it's like overdogs or thermal or stuff like that. But yeah, thermal can be nice also for the stacking of it. Delta team, yeah, and that was that season. That was season 9 when Heartbreaker came in and stuff like that. It broke a lot of the game went very unstable for a long time. Let's get through a second. Yeah. And yeah, same here. I had some reconstructed saved up for a lot of players that play way too much, like my dumbass. We'll have those items right away because they put them in the reconstructed caches, and I do enough the sense that like I have a ton of those in the stash from overflowing into the stash. Oh, so right now, read a little delta errors. Yeah, it is kind of annoying indeed. Error code. Your namesake is indeed the Sherpa with this method as well. Sherpa blueprints. You mean the caretaker one? No. So some items are excluded from that, because yeah, we don't have blueprints for instance, Lexington or caretaker, or the seasonal items as well, like Slayer and stuff like that. Useful in the playstyle. I mean, yeah, there's a thing with the thermal of just like, if you're very used to playing especially red builds and playing them in, just going from target to target, the pieing the room kind of, right? Making it 1 versus 1s a lot. The thermal will feel bad. The thing is though, with the thermal, there's definitely a case to be made for it, especially for instance in group settings as well, where like the single target is less important because you kind of have teammates to, if you get pinned down. But then thermal has the ability to like stagger multiple enemies and stuff, and also especially with like stacking from striker. The extra hit doesn't cause a stack, but you have to basically shoot the same target twice as long, basically. So you can get more stacks out of that enemy. And also you don't need to reacquire targets as often. And that's the thing with the thermal. It has upsides and it has downsides. It's kind of like an actual balanced item. But there's definitely a good case to be made for it. I kind of like it, for instance, with the pestilence, where you can kind of keep on a target longer because of it. And it's kind of hitting other enemies, and then also once the pesty stacks starts moving around, it already goes through like enemies that are likely weakened a little bit. So. But I can also totally see if you're very much in the playstyle of like, especially like kind of like the glass red kind of playstyle, where it's about just making it 1 versus 1s and just that thing needs to die now. Yeah, then it'll feel bad. The thing is, I feel with most players, if you give it a little bit of time, at least if you're open to it, just playing around with it, coming at it with open mind, and especially, some of the things that it does are really nice, especially like blowing up RC cars from hyenas. Like any RC car that goes down in a control point or something is likely going to just get hit by a few shots of that and just get blown up. So it just removes that threat completely almost. And also then, kills an enemy outright and stuff. Striker Memento. Oh yeah, for solo, my go-tos are also Mementos, Techniques. Yeah. Yeah, having delta issues. Oh yeah, let me get you familiar more, and then yeah, let's jump in here. The doesn't change at all with the new items. No, not really. We could. Oh, no, you wouldn't. I was like, you could maybe slide in salvo instead of Fox's Prayer, but Fox's Prayer also applies to the Pesty Tick, where this wouldn't. You would apply stacks faster, and you would gain a little bit on the build, but also not that much. We'll look into that actually when we because one of the things I'm going to do is go through the build collection fully, as we always do with every season, and yeah, just do some quick calculations on like, hey, do we need to change any of the builds? The only thing I could think of is like maybe Salvo goes in instead of Pest or instead of Fox, but honestly, I don't think that's going to be a gain. Like the build itself will do a tiny bit more damage, but you're gonna lose that in the tick. But you'll apply the tick a little faster. So I would have to see how much it adds. But yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, if it does, well, check the build picture in like 2 weeks time. If it does, it will be there. And hey the dag. Leave on division. Look at these shares. I was already always into like looking under the hood and figuring stuff out. So, but yeah, Division definitely made me go deeper and deeper and deeper. There was a time not too long ago the whole world kind of stopped, and Division was the thing I was into then. So I got very deep into Division. But before that as well, I was into like figuring out stuff in like Eve and like other places as well a little bit. Not to the degree that like I am here in Division, but I at least enjoyed kind of figuring out the systems and stuff there. I think that that's something up against. When you're in the range, you can't have the companion out, and it doubles when you don't have the companion. It says so in the thingy as well. This wasn't in the text of the notes, but yeah, here these bonuses are doubled when the player has no active companion. So yeah, if you don't have them out, you get double if you have it full. Yeah, I think I already. Gil Bates already answered it as well there. Oh, yeah. I've been considering sometimes actually just making a big like kind of book kind of style thing with the just that PDF kind of. Oh, did you ever start an ads and change sacrifice for Lang mode just in corn? I mean here you could take equalizer instead of sacrifice. Thing is though that sacrifice, and well that's actually the other one to kind of consider is, but thing is the reason we go glass is especially you already have 35 total weapon damage from perfect unstoppable force from the backpack. So the glass is actually still like significantly larger than the obliterate because it is a separate multiplier to it. But I definitely want to see now. The gap also before was way too big between sacrifice and like just going Cheska glass kind of, or actually Petrov glass was the pick. But yeah, we need to kind of relook at that how much the gap is. But you could make a case for that gap just by going like, okay, I don't want to deal with the incoming damage. But for myself, I think I'll always keep sacrifice as like the main build picture. It'll always be ahead. Yeah, it has its downside. But also I feel the Pesty is kind of the build that can deal with it the best, because you can sometimes just hide and just let the Pesty take to its thing. And, it'll clean the room for you. Oh, just go back with vigilance and Savoy. Thing is, any high end is just not going to compete with most of the gear sets now, because while this adds a little bit of power to the high ends side of things, the thing is just it also adds that same power to the gear sets. The gear sets kind of got away at this point. On the red side, a high end, because even for instance, a glass, an Umbra can kind of have that upfront damage a little bit, and kind of, but like even a glass red to kind of shame. There's still some, there's something to be said for like just having glass vigilance and not having any stacking stuff, but I don't think you can really make them competitive. There'll be more than enough for all of the content though, so that, you can run that and just be fine. We're trying circle buildings of Coyote with Chesco Blitterchess. New named knee pads. Or do you mean the Blacklister from the exotic knee pad? Or do you mean the named holster? Yeah, we'll look in here we'll look into the combo of the two equal plus salvo, and then actually versus some of the exotics. We already did in the PTS, but yeah, they changed the values here, so we need to redo it. So it's 4 times those advantage at the moment. If it's just going off of the stats shown in the stat sheet kind of things of some of the stuff, skill efficiency does sometimes show up like double for like skill haste and stuff, but it's just a visual thing. It doesn't actually cool down to that degree, or like change the cooldown to that degree. Weapon handling compared to critical or weapon damage. Thing is, most of the handling in this game is like you don't need too much weapon handling. I'm not against putting in like an accurate, although the most part nowadays, yeah, putting at least like an accuracy mod or something is more worthwhile than just a handling mod or a handling. Because yeah, you swap basically a 5 crit chance for, let's say, 30 accuracy or something. Whereas on gear, yeah, you're exchanging 6 crit chance for like an 8 weapon handling. Even though the weapon handling kind of feeds into everything, but yeah, that mod being 30 is just 3 hours maintenance. What did they announce a maintenance? I mean, yeah, it's kind of needed. We will be taking down the servers for maintenance. Oh, now? Okay, yeah, that's in 10 minutes. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, it says in the... Also, this is a good time to show. This is actually how it looks when it's an actual maintenance, and the servers are like actually going down. The text is different. It's all servers closing for maintenance, and then the estimated downtime as well on top of it. Again, it's shack. But yeah, maybe we'll likely just keep going with this for a bit. But yeah, hopefully, so yeah, estimated downtime is 3 hours, so it'll come back at 5:30-ish. We'll likely just keep chipping away at this, because we can kind of amalgamate all of these numbers if we need to. Worst case, I can use build station. I think they already had the thingies in there. And even before the timer ran out there, a delta.
Space to start.
But yeah, we'll keep that in the background. And yeah, chat's moving way too fast for me today. But good on them to, like, yeah, if they need this to fix it, I'd rather they fix it now. Just pull the band-aid off. But I do hope they fix it, because that's always the more annoying thing. You know, like with the Tinkerer going, hey, we fixed it, and then, did you though? Change to... yeah. I would be very surprised. I mean, yeah, oh, so somebody likely inputted the wrong time, because 15, 12 plus 3, right? Like, likely the input, or like they interpreted the time on the thing wrong. gonna. I know I do. Actually, yeah. One of the actually that's what I should do, because one of the things I was like, I wouldn't mind some extra time in between going, because unit alloys is going to be the next video, because unit is kind of the most important one to kind of look at. The gear set is kind of important, but I'd likely go this and then one of the exotics, because the exotics are kind of more simple, so we can kind of look at them more easily. But actually, I still want to do the tipping skills build showcase, because I kind of, once the PTS kind of came out, I moved it to this season because new gear. Might as well just do it with the new gear. So yeah, we'll do tipping skills and then build showcase maybe after the exotic. I'll work out as well, kind of schedule wise with build showcases. They're too dead. It's at least going down for a bit, but yeah, it's better. Like if it fixes the delting that everybody's having, that's yeah. Also the reserve. Yeah, and that was in the context. Strike build is no good. Yeah, so I feel the especially the salvo is really going to be good, mostly for chest striker. So if you're going obliterate striker, you take equalizer, and then basically, so some of the, especially Tinkerer and Overdogs are kind of too big. Kind of Centurion as well, Coyote as well, to take that second piece salvo. Especially Tinkerer and Overdogs are like way too big. So I would kind of lean towards those. And then, yeah, for a chest striker, you can take the holster and then, same. And then like some of those exotics. But also, I don't think just going equalizer plus salvo is like weak or anything. Like it's more of a, there is just a slightly bigger fish. Because I want the DPS filled with the max session. Oh, did they get in that way? Does the talent of the bighorn rate? No, right? It's just 25. Oh yeah, it would just have a longer firing period. Thing is though, that 50% mag is not enough of a gain in a lot of places. And you would likely gain more because already as well. So for instance, I think I've seen already, a lot of people lean into like 2 pieces of that, 3 pieces of gear set, and then ninja bike. I think it's a better value to go 2 pieces or no. So for the 2-piece bonus, or just taking 1-piece unit and then taking 1 Fenris. Because that reload speed is actually, and then because instead of going basically what you're putting up against that 50% mag size, if you go 2 pieces of units, you get that 50% mag size. If you go Fenris, instead of that, you get 30% reload and 10% weapon damage. And overall, that's going to be a better deal. Just because, Ninja Bike, at its core, the more brand bonuses you can get out of it, the better. The thing that, because actually, if gear sets were equal to brand sets, but that's the thing, right? They're not. But if they were, you would want to actually go brand sets as much as possible just to get as many bonuses out of the Ninja Bike. But of course, Striker is too big for that. But I think actually even for that kind of stuff, I think going 1-piece unit, 1-piece Fenris is actually kind of a better deal. Even though I also don't think that the Ninja Bike is a good set there. Because if you're solo, a Memento gun is going to give you more. If you're in group setting, it's just having that striker piece there instead, kind of. And then opening up to other exotics as well. As the exotics got a lot bigger recently, right? We got Overdogs, we got Tinkerer. All of those are really big. With the right talent picks. For instance, the right talent picks for Tinkerer, and then, Overdogs just by itself is already, in most cases, 20-ish%. So it averages at to that, like even if you're just not paying attention to it in a lot of content. And if you're paying attention to it, then it's even more. Yeah, indeed. I mean, yeah. Although the thing is, like, hey, you either bitch. I mean, the thing is, people love to bitch anyway. But like, is it worse to have the a 3-hour maintenance? Although maybe expected as well. Like maybe just I would in my head, I'm just gonna see that as a 5-hour maintenance just in case. Because yeah, they might extend it. Is that better, or or do we want to just keep deltaing the whole time? I think I'll lean towards just the one, it being down for a little bit. Especially as well, this is kind of the lull anyway, right, for play. Because usually this is just before Europe's evening. Australia has already kind of gone to bed. America's in the morning, so. I know this thing is, like they specifically said as well, this is just to improve server stability and reduce crashes. It's weird that they're calling it crashes as well. The deltas, but the deltas aren't crashes, they're disconnects. But yeah, and yeah, hopefully the fix will stick. Oh, thank you so much there, Rob, giving me a delta. Well, as yeah, very much appreciated, and thanks for the generosity as they gifted 10 American dollary dues with the message of Delta 03. And yeah, indeed, everybody, yeah, the servers are going down. Yeah. Sometimes, like, yeah, give them some time to input everything. Likely somebody just inputted the time incorrectly, because 15 hours is 3 hours plus 12, so they likely set like AM instead of PM or something like that. So, summon companion open world. You can just unequip the active and then like re-equip it, and then he'll be, or just unequip it basically. Yeah. But yeah, I can just go into the menu and just unequip the dude. Let's go for AR with unit alloys. I mean, just Striker. Striker, take the Obliterate chest, take one of the general exotics that kind of fit well, and that's the general meta currently. And Jessica will be losing it. Oh, replace self-crit damage with 6, so lost 2 crit chance and self-crit now just for perfect obliterate. Was it better? No, just for perfect obliterate, you lose the brand bonus. The thing is, you gain 5 rate of fire. It's 5 rate of fire versus 8 crit chance. And the 8 crit chance is just a little bit more. So here actually, and then also on top of that, Equalizer's higher perfect obliterate also adds in. So if it was just unit versus Cheska, like look at how close these two are to each other, right? Like it's basically actually unit is ahead of Grupo. Yeah, so unit is already ahead of Grupo. Thing is though that the sustained DPS is actually lower for unit, so you could make a case either way. But actually the brand bonus of like 5% rate of fire is actually quite balanced with like 8 crit chance, 13 crit damage, 10 weapon damage, stuff like that. Like they're all in the same ballpark. But then Equalizer on top is actually a lot larger. Oh, actually, you mean with the thingy? But well, against 6 crit chance is even worse for it. Because at 6 crit chance, 5 rate of fire is more than. As we see, actually we need to figure this out. Let's actually figure this out. Although actually this is the exact same as here, isn't it? Yeah, because we're just shifting. Well, not these, but because these are all one lower. Although, wait, how does this become 58-1? Oh, this is the unit alloy piece. Okay, yeah, so for here we lose 12. Yeah, so then basically this section is the same here. But then I just need to fix up this. No, what I might do actually is in a bit. There's a Vision 2 will be down by now. It's actually still up, but it's about to go down. We'll work a little bit on this, and then maybe we'll jump into Div 1 or something, just to keep busy for a little bit. Oh wait, no, that was for perfect loot, right? Or oh, was that the combination there? But basically the stats on like the gear or on the brand is actually decent. And then especially as well, when you combine the two, it's actually very good because 20 weapon damage. But it's just not, that part is just not going to be competitive against some of the exotics. Oh, this is like exotic abundance. Oh yeah. Although the thing is, like, it doesn't make for the worst builds, because that's also the thing. Like, you know, I'd still rather have somebody run Ninja Bike than, or at least for likely their enjoyment, than like Provocator or Sawyer's knee pads and stuff like that. But of course, yeah, it's one of those items that is very decisive, because some people do want to market it as best in slot or like the meta. But actually, as we get more and more brand bonuses for it, it's less bad and less bad. So yeah, there goes Mike. Mike's back, boys. Mike is back on the menu. Mikey boy. Yeah. As we sang yesterday, Mike-O, won't you go and give us back our servers, Mike-O? Yeah, enough of that. Yeah, just one way to this and trying to catch up. Touch grass. Yep, you should go and touch all the grass. Every grass on the planet, without their consent as well. Grab them by the stem. I got weird. But yeah. I mean, no, you can't touch grass because yeah, that's. You mean the grass in Division, right? Wait, there's grass in real life. Wait, there's still an outside. I haven't looked since, like, you know, the global pandemic. I've just been locked up in here, so. I refuse to look outside. The world ended, right? Nuclear apocalypse. Australia. 12:30 a.m. Or wait, is that? So night. Oh, okay, yeah. So nighttime, right? So, so yeah. Otherwise, that, yeah, for general players on a weekday, that's not going to be that, right? That's what I meant. Just go with that. Should play surf crit chance, choose 6 crit chance, yes, or just leave it and take the. So, well, there's several ways you can set it up, and that'll be also core to that video. So you can either go, if you go with 3 crit chance mods, you'll land 61, right? Yeah, 61. 61-105, which is actually the lesser way to kind of. Although, well, the thing is, there's a case to be made for it because of killer. But you can also go 3 crit damage mods on the weapon, but then you need a weapon that can do that. Like, you need the long rail, basically. If you go that route, you can land 58-111 with the equalizer, and then, for instance, in this case, overdogs. And then, yeah, you need multiple crit chances on the gear extra to replace that. You just take crit damage on the weapon and the crit chances on the gear. And then, yeah, you open up. Like, this is kind of actually the better layout for it, that 58-111. Even with killer active, it's just barely, I mean, it's negligibly behind. It's 0.01%. But yeah, before killer, it's like 1% ahead. But also, the difference between them is 1%. So it's like min-maxing. If we're min-maxing, then we should lay it out that way. But I'm likely just going to keep 3 crit chances. And I'm just going to... basically, yeah, Cheska goes out, and then Equalizer goes in with a crit chance mod. That's my likely lazy way. This is not only me. Mike came to visit now. When Mike comes, everybody gets mic'd. Everybody gets mic'd usually. Because Mike is just the servers are up, or well, the servers are, you know, exist. There is connection to them, but they're sending back, we're not accepting connections, basically. So that means you have internet, and then, you know, they have internet, but the servers are just going, we're busy. They're just ocupado. Just go to the next stall. Yes, Kanzi, indeed. Companions in details. I wouldn't be too surprised maybe if it's to do with the companions in the safe houses and stuff that were spawning. I wonder if like that, but yeah, I wonder if they'll say what the cause was, maybe with a future live stream. Anyway, glad to have you along, maneuver. Is with Equalizer, yeah. So this is the Equalizer ones. But yeah, with 3 crit damage mods on the weapon, then because you can shift some crit chance around by just taking crit damage mods there, and then because that's 5, so instead of those 5s, you take 6s on the gear, and then you shift up by 3. That will be kind of the. But the lazy setup is just to take, yeah, you just take Equalizer, put a crit chance mod in there, stick it into the same build, and although in most cases, yeah, that works out, right? Yeah. And that's how you land on the 61. Although, well, I think you need one more crit chance then as well, right? Kind of depends how the layout was before as well. Flipbooks, indeed. Instead of a Fallout shelter full of books, I'm here with Division and you know, a streaming connection out. DDoS modifier. Maybe. I wonder what was causing it, if they'll tell. But oftentimes they don't, but also, you know, I'm more interested. I'm hoping, you know, that they have a fix that sticks. Because that's the worst ones are usually actually if they do a maintenance and the issue is still there. So I'm hoping we don't have that here. I'm okay if they, yeah, get her fixed, and then because they're not well as well still. It's, you know, they did it within a day. It would have been nice if the issue wasn't there, but at least the issue, you know, getting fixed quickly enough overall. Yeah, so let's do this. So this is 115. Let's actually get a lot of this done. Now maybe we'll jump into Div 1, because I'm not sure I was going to sit here with Mike. Maybe we'll go to Div 1. Fix that state. Yeah. The nice gear mods exist. Max Crit. Oh, Max Crit. Yeah, definitely. A lot of them. It's just a numbers game. You either go for getting a lot of them. So, for instance, Countdown, Retaliation with targeted gear mods. The thing is, a lot of people just, if you haven't farmed specifically for them, yeah, they happen once in a while, but, you know. Because keep in mind, actually, so on main account, on my main account here, I just basically, actually, each piece of gear that I have, I put a different, like, each piece of gear gets its own mod. That's how I kind of create an infinite grind for myself and kind of give myself something to do. And nowadays I'm on all builds, all build slots, so all 4 characters, all 16 loadouts. I have, you know, well, not all of them use crit chance, crit damage mods, but all of them have maxed mods. So it takes a while, but yeah, they definitely exist because you can get a shit ton of them. But usually, 13 PFEs are more the issue. But yeah, just farm gear mods here and there. I usually, if I'm not farming for anything else, I'll usually have it set to gear mods. Or nowadays to skill mods, trying to get those, the mods for smart cover. And then there is something to be said for legendary as well. But that's more, not so per se for crit chance and crit damage, but more so for 13 PFE. Especially like 4-man legendary summit farming, or if gear mods is on a mission that has legendary. Actually, today it was on title. So if you're willing to do legendary title, because legendary helps a lot with getting maxed mods. The thing is, though, it's you have to kind of be fast enough on legendary that it's worth it, because it's still also a numbers game. If you're very slow on legendary, you're better off just doing, like, you know, challenging countdown and just, you know, getting a lot of chances that are a little bit, you know, less likely to be maxed. But, you know, you might still get some 5 9s and stuff, or 11 9s, which are also, you know, good enough to use. But yeah, it's basically, it's a value proposition between getting better stats less often or going for volume. And especially nowadays, countdown and stuff, with the amount of volume you can get out of there. Or retaliations as well. So gear on weapons, but I can't do the math. So generally, the thing is, you want to balance it out. One of the only thing that the mods basically on the weapon and such kind of get you the difference is that the mods on the weapons are 5s and the gear is 6 basically. That means you can shift up to 3 points, because if you if you have crit chance on the weapon and basically remove one of the crit chance mods there and then put it on the gear, instead of that 5, you get a 6. You lose 2 crit damage, you gain 1 crit chance. So you can shift the crit chance number by 3 points. That's really all that choice does. Generally, though, basically, yeah, I generally go with the weapon and the gear mods and everything, and the gear just being all crit chances and crit damages. I'm okay with the handling and stuff of most guns. But I can also totally see for some people that, because you got to remember that, like, if you drop a mod off, or like a 5 crit chance mod off of a weapon, you're losing about like 2 to 3%. It depends on the build, but like 3% max kind of is what you're losing. And 3% for like 30% accuracy or 30% stability, I can see it, especially for comfort. If you're not like, you know, hey, we're doing raids and everybody needs to be on their best, or we're doing speed runs or something like that, or you need to hard carry, because one thing I feel kind of often gets forgotten in the context of like meta and stuff is like, yeah, there's definitely places for the meta, but there's also places to just be comfortable. Like, yeah, you know, a tailored suit is cool and all, and you'll likely look really cool in it, but it's also not the thing you want to wear every day, right? Like, you want to just comfy pajamas and a t-shirt and just chill, right? So sometimes just having comfort is perfectly fine. This is actually one of the videos I would want to make. It's just kind of likely something like making comfortable builds or stuff, like having comfort in the title, kind of. Finish my. Well, hopefully they'll get it done in the 3 hours. Except for yesterday, they've been actually last like 2 seasons. They were actually pretty good on hitting the timer, or even being ahead of it, because we had like one that was kind of delayed a decent amount in like the last 2 seasons, and then like yesterday, this one got delayed a few times as well. But yeah, I've been happy to see that they've been like a little bit better with going over. Those screws, my targets. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't consider it for that, like for more bullets on that, because the accuracy differences and the handling differences on the weapons is less than the burst differences, or like, the DPS differences on them. Like the best AR versus the worst AR is not gonna meaningfully, at least I don't feel it meaningfully changes through that mod. It's more just for the comfort. Because I know a lot of people are now going like, oh, accuracy is actually more important than DPS. I wouldn't agree. Because most of the time, like, I can land basically the same rounds on target with a FAMAS than as I can with a Mark 16 or something. That's not going to be meaningful enough of a difference to lean one way or the other. Because the handling differences between the guns I think is actually closer to each other than the DPS differences, even though the DPS difference is also not that big nowadays anymore. Outside of some categories where the SMGs and the LMGs still have some outliers there. Like very far outliers. I feel like the Stoner is a good example of that one. Like the Stoner feels really comfortable and stuff, but yeah, it gives up a degree of damage that you would need substantially more hits on targets to a degree that like it just doesn't provide that. Like it's not that much better in its handling than an M249 or MG5. It is then a Negav, but that's a Negav. But yeah, the thing is also always all of those things in extreme, just leaning into just one thing. But yeah, I also know there are people that's just like DPS. I also think that's not the right way of looking at things. Like handling matters quite a bit. But also then going like handling is the only thing that matters also kind of, but it's kind of both matter in the end. Yeah, and exactly that. Like tech tanks for me, like yeah, I could likely clear so much faster, like on a red build and stuff, but I would have to try hard so much more, and like yeah, comfort matters. So here, given the same damage type as above, or striker amplifier. So both of them have their misnomer in their wording. So yeah, Striker says it's total weapon damage. It's not. It's a separate multiplier. Heartbreaker says, I think actually it just says weapon damage, right? It's in the wrong text guide. So, where's the guides? Guides is here. Oh yeah, I still need to add system corruption to this, but yeah, we'll do that when we go over the guides. Oh, we should do maybe the name guide as well, actually, because I still need to Heartbreaker. Yeah, it just says weapon damage, right? 2 pulsed enemies. But yeah, both of them work the same. Both of them are a separate multiplier. Additive stacks, they're additive to each stack is additive to that same pool, and then the pool as a whole is multiplying against everything else. I was like, you know what? I should do some shilling for those maybe interested. Yeah, as I do write guides and stuff as well, and they live over here. And also, yeah, if you're interested in my stuff, in this about me, you can find links to everything, because I won't spam it here, but yeah, the calculators, the guides, the DPS tables, and also the build collection, of course, as the thing that most people know me for. Oh yeah, but it coming soon for the CC there. I went into this page and I saw like 7 people were in here again, and they're no longer in here again. But there were like 7 because it shows on the upper. Well, you guys can see it's behind the game now. But it shows like how many people are in the shared file basically. I can show it. Yeah. Where's the game capture? Am I blind? I am blind. There it is. So for instance, in the recommended, there's always a bunch of people. But yeah, so well, 3 people are in here. But yeah, I was coming into here yesterday after the stream. I was like 7 people were in here. So I added the coming soon just to make it like, hey, this one isn't ready yet. Come back later. We're still cooking. But yeah, well, definitely. But I'm very much leaning. I want to do the backpack calculations, especially. They'll decide the final version. I need to know how much ahead the backpack is at 0 stacks and how much behind it is at full stacks. Because actually, if it isn't too far behind at full stacks, I might lean towards just taking that Vigi there just to have a lot more upfront damage. Because at the start, Concentrated Company feels really weak. Like, until it's kind of gets going. There was something here. Trevor's downtime, yeah. Although that's to hopefully fix the deltas, which, yeah, you know, they're just pulling the band-aid off. Yeah. I know, so yeah, Paishi, the Heartbreaker and Striker, basically, they work in the same way. It's just additive stacks to a pool, and then the pool is a multiplier to everything else. It's not going into anything, basically, so and calculators, they just go into their own slots, basically. And that's, yeah, they're misnamed. So I just saw that long ago. Well, I think I have 9 on main again, so yeah, they definitely exist. I have a build where actually we have all 6. But I've grinded a lot of legendary, especially in the past, legendary summits in a group of 4 and stuff to get like here 6 PFEs for this, because I wanted to have a build fully PFE'd. And nowadays I have like, I think I have main account as 9 and second account as 3. Nowadays. Are the servers down? Yes. I mean, yeah, they're it might, the fix might not work, but it's better still than like what we had there, right? We were getting, I mean, some people were getting it even worse than me. I was just getting a delta here or there every like hour or so. But the state it was in there, like, I would have been better if none of it went wrong, but you know, shit breaks. Shit breaks, and yeah, at least they're getting to it pretty quick. Because yeah, it would have been worse if they've kept us like, you know, these issues lingering for like 5-6 days. That would have although that would be unacceptable, so luckily they don't. Sorry. Not sure it was fake. Yeah, I always love I need to repost this somewhere, but this is from ages ago. When was this even made, actually? I mean, it'll say there, right? File created. May 6th, 2022. But yeah, I was still like this one where it isn't even protections from elite, it's protection from lies. Oh yeah. Although yeah, we could all use some protection from elites nowadays, right? Just protection from billionaires. Also yeah, defensive system ending instead of amending. Yeah. Let's expect time for maintenance, 3 hours, and it just started, so we've 2.5 hours more. Basically. And then yeah, hopefully it'll resolve the deltaing, because yeah, it's hitting a lot of people, me included as well. Although I seem to have been luckier than most there even. The fragile armor is never gonna get fixed, is my guess. We might see a fix in the same way that like swap speed 2 years, 3 years later kind of got fixed accidentally, it seems. But I would not expect like at this point, because yeah, it can't be that they're not aware of it. Oh yeah, I should remember we watched that video. But then also, like, honestly, the bitching about broken or the fragile armor is honestly at this point more annoying than fragile armor itself. Because fragile armor is still, as a directive, much more easy to deal with than no regen or hard tour. So I take a broken fragile armor over over either of those. Yeah, so the servers are down. Nothing. Nothing but bills. Kind of late in the game. But yeah, the servers are down. There's a maintenance, another 2.5 hours remaining on the estimate of it. So also no guarantees that it's up there. Anyway, they're good. Multi-test new gears. Oh yeah, I mean I tested everything already in PTS, so kind of know already what to expect. But then also they made slight changes. The gear set is pretty good actually. It's not great. It's not like the new meta or anything, but it's well usable, especially if you're kind of sticking together with a group. But it's very group reliant, and because of that, it'll get, it's not, there are a lot of solo players. But it actually works decently well. And yeah, the brand is gonna be, basically every build where you see obliterates, that's gonna be an equalizer in a few days, because yeah. Let's see, 1, 2. But yeah, we need to go through the build collection and just, yeah, we'll figure it all out. But yeah, first focus is kind of units, alloys, and just how much that does. Do you know if the servers? Yeah, the servers are down. They basically announced that and just did it really quick after each other. Because yeah, normally, but that's also good. They should try to get it fixed, because it wasn't completely unplayable, but this wasn't a state that was healthy for the game. Yeah, I would like it as well. Aces and eights could use one, but actually, well, there's thing is our gear set that kind of needed more. Because I would say tip of the spear, True Patriot, X0, Rigger, Cavalier, and the other one, Aegis. Those 6 like really need some rework. But also, yeah, Breaking Point and Aces kind of could use one too. Virtuoso could even, because I feel actually like this gear set is what maybe Virtuoso should have been already. They're not completely similar, but they have a underlying intent that's kind of similar. But yeah, because actually even recently, although I kept the Aces and 8, but I was really considering deleting it, but this used to be in that slot. Because I think Aces and 8s is still kind of, because I still enjoyed this build. Just taking aces and 8 with hand basket especially, and then pristine and the gift, and just using it as a focus kind of setup. Especially with the hand baskets, kind of more, you know, you can just kind of try to aim it in between the shots to a head and then kind of land it. But also, yeah, this build is not in the recommended build list, and that means it's not per se recommended, as you might guess. It is still too weak, yeah. But this one I consider as ally. Actually, for the gear sets, yeah. Basically anything else that shoots it. So, for instance, you could have a turret and a drone and an ally for like solo play, but even then, you're at most getting 3 stacks on the enemy. The thing is, though, actually, one of the things you can use is, because it doesn't need to be a turret or drone or stuff. It can also just be like Oxy, especially on a spawn. Like if you hit it with Oxy and then just like shoot them and kill them while they're in the Oxy, and especially as well if there are other players as well alongside of you, then it goes, you stack up pretty quick. But the thing is, because also you yourself count as 1 ally kill. So you always get 1 stack at least. But yeah, well, at 35 stacks, that would be slow stacking. So for countdown, likely not really for countdown, because it's mostly great at like longer time engagements, and also at countdown, the starting hunters. Like you're super weak for the starting hunters, because you can't really, you know, before that first kill you have 0 stacks. But then later on, it does actually become, so for instance, for like the end parts, especially like with the choppers, like strikers would be losing most of its stacks between choppers, but also do the choppers matter, right? That's the question there as well. Like does that part, once we've reached that part, but actually for like extraction and stuff, it's decent. But yeah, especially those starting hunters are rough. That's why I also want to look at it, but maybe a vigilance backpack. So I have a little bit more upfront damage, especially now that they put 7 crit damage on like the base of the set as well. Because the backpack just only increases the weapon damage over. Yeah, I'm just turning into just chatting. I realize, oh, I'm 5 minutes. Well, let's maybe wait, let's maybe actually, yeah, hook up all of this in. Is it that hooks in already? Let's already put this at 20 and 60. I broke something here. Oh yeah, we added in the overdogs later. There we go. But that's just a flat 30% difference. Okay. So Streamline works, Killer works. Let's already actually do the same here. So we just take this and in the same way put it here. Okay. Then we can take this same thing and put it here. There we go. There we can have talent gains. Killer is, and one of the things with this as well is it's pushing our, especially if you're running killer with things like salvo and things like the equalizer. Killer being one of the top talents as well, it actually feeds into that a little bit more because our combined crit is going down a little bit, so mostly our crit damage is dropping. We're trying to keep our crit high, right? That means that actually killer is component-wise a bigger increase on the unit pieces than it is on the, for instance, chest gun stuff. Well, actually not by too much here. But yeah, well, 1%. But that's not a meaningful difference. Thing I need to look at as well is actually, because our killer activation rate will be lower now. So, what do you think will be the best build? 7 pieces ninja bag. There usually is no singular best build. Overall, though, Obliterate Striker is the general meta, and for good reason. I'll stay the same. But yeah, Obliterate now will be with Equalizer. Because basically any place you use Obliterate, that should become the Equalizer now. It's not just the brand bonus, it's also that it's 4% more on the talent, which is pretty big. And then you compare that with, yeah, basically a Coyote, Overdog, Stinkerer, Centurion, Bloody, exotics like that. That likely gains you the most. And then you can also just go Equalizer plus Salvo, but we need to actually figure out how much that is nowadays. But especially I'm curious to see Equalizer plus Salvo versus Equalizer plus Cheska, especially when our crit is kind of abysmal. But yeah, that's the next one we're gonna look at. Well, let's hook up in measured here first, and then. That's on the other side. When I'm playing without companions and getting double passives. The thing is, though, you lose those other like short buffs as well. The thing is, if you don't want to have the companion there, because also he's annoying, right? Like straight up, the bastard's annoying. You can turn off dialogue volume to make him stop talking. But you also make everything stop talking, which is kind of annoying because some of the call out of enemies is kind of handy to know of, like, hey, sending a grenade or something like that, right? Or I'm flanking, stuff like that from the enemy side as well. That all goes away. But I think from a pure like clear time perspective, I think the buffs that you get whenever the companion does stuff added on top is worth more than 50 more. Weapon damage and the skill efficiency. At least 2, for instance, yeah, red builds. I feel actually likely on third drone because, yeah, 15 skill efficiency. Although, well, maybe more Eclipse and stuff as well. Also, the guy is a decoy, so there is that. Oh, Delta issue here also. Well, it's not a Delta, it's Mike. The servers are down. There's a maintenance, another 2 hours, 20 minutes estimated downtime. So, I know that's an estimation as well. You know, maybe make that like 4 hours in your head, and then you won't get disappointed. It's better to just go like. When they say like 3 hours, I usually go like, okay, 5. I'll check back in 5. It's 5 level in the ninja. Actually, what you want to actually have brand bonuses going with it? Amateur, improvised. I like somebody was I did see one Reddit post and somebody actually took it as like genuine, but it was so dumb that it couldn't have been genuine. But somebody had like reached like 10k or 20k or something, and they had as their like picture of like the thing that they're showing, they had 5 pieces improvised with a ninja bike, which is of course the classic joke build. You know, so you get, instead of not getting 5 brand bonuses, you don't get 10. Oh, and Ada Brand, and thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream and hope you had some fun. And thank you so much for raiding at this away. As I'm guessing you were also just hanging about, as I'm kind of am, as yeah, we're of course all in maintenance. Although yeah, I'm trying to get some work done, might as well. While we can't touch digital grass, might as well touch spreadsheets. But yeah, hope you had a great stream, and yeah, welcome in and welcome in raiders. But actually, as well, Lunagal, with the in-depth look into the modifier, which will likely be next week. Because, yeah, first we're going to do both of the exotics, unit alloys. Unit alloys is going to go first, and then likely one of the exotics, then the gear sets, then the other exotic, and then the modifier in-depth look. Although likely in between that as well, we'll have the opening the journey caches and seeing those. Especially as kind of like filler, as that one's pretty easy. But yeah, we'll get there, and then in that I'll include like we'll see the differences between. But I think just from a kind of like gut feeling, especially well, it kind of also depends solo or in group. In solo, you trigger those passives a lot more often, or not the passives, the like the short duration, like the assist. Add a word. Oh, actually, no, it's just assist kill or something, right? But you trigger those quite often, so you get those short bonuses, and those add up as well. And you would be giving up those as well. But yeah, it's perfectly fine to just shut the man up. And just not hear, you know. Flanking, making coffee, giving a back rub, touching, they should totally add that, touching grass. Oh, yeah. Tickling some black dusk. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch it here, so hopefully. So when I'm gonna turn it off. Likely only by not pulling the guy out. And actually, if you are headhunting, well, as a decoy is nice, but yeah, the weapon damage will be nice for that as well. So you could just not have the guy out, basically. And basically, if you don't equip an active, then yeah, the companion won't be out. So you can just unequip the guy, basically. Yeah, once again, thanks Brand for the raid, and yeah, welcome in raiders. So, yeah, indeed, I finally gave in and relented and went like, okay, fine, I'll join the cool guys club, the cool guys and gals club. I was always very hesitant on joining that system, but they're doing too many drops nowadays, so. There's need. Thanks for the need. The kind words there. Survival event next week. Is that an actual event thing? I'm still unsure actually what exactly that is, unless maybe some stuff went out today on it. I need maintenance indeed. Yeah, that would be a call out for that companion as well. Just like, I got delta. They should totally add that. Also, they should, you know what they should add as just a once in like a 30 kill, or even more, once in 100 kills, instead of like just they should have it like, I got Alex. Because yeah, he's a true son. It should only be when he's killing true sons, so he knows what their names are then, right? So, I got Alex. Boost. Yeah, overall, it depends. Because the thing is also, you're not going 230, right? You always have, well, as long as you've recruited enough allies, I'm assuming, you're at the cap. But it's 15 versus 30, right? So you're only gaining 15 weapon damage by turning them off. And 15, actually, it could be interesting for the hazard of hazard as well, actually. But 40, I mean, well, yeah, for like backfire builds and stuff, maybe. That could actually be interesting. Should maybe look into that. But yeah, because of the thing that like, yeah, you go from 15 to 30 and it's not just, 0 to 30. It's, I think the short buffs that you get and stuff from just the extra on top. Because yeah, those rate of fire bonuses that you sometimes get and the crit damage bonuses, especially solo, they happen a lot. Because you just end up shooting the same enemy quite often and stuff. Yeah. How weird. I also have the recommended builds bookmarked. Yeah, we should have a gun that when we shoot the enemy, they just disappear into the void, and that's just Delta 03. And they named that gun Delta 03. They disappear literally into the Warhammer warp. Just we throw them just in front of Zinch or Slaanesh or something. Or crazy yesterday, yeah. And yeah, and I hated Dave. And yeah, hopefully the deltas will be fixed by this maintenance, and hopefully the maintenance won't go over by too much. Yeah, but I haven't really said what it is exactly, right? Because yeah, I was trying to actually today kind of look into it because I saw, well, there's some patches in the game for it, in the files that have already come out, kind of. So I was kind of curious of like what it exactly is, but I couldn't really found the tweet and something, but I'm guessing like more info will come because there's a bunch of events coming. There's a bunch of stuff on the horizon that I won't spoil too much of. Okay. And they're a Canadian guy. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Although, well, could be doing better. Although, hopefully this'll fix our issues we've been having because yeah, the whole day the servers were somewhat messed up anyway. So they've took them down. They're doing some maintenance. They're back there wiggling all the cables. Just going, is it this one? Is it this one? Is it just wiggling the cable, hoping it fixes. One of these has to be loose, right? It must be. Yeah. Some percussive maintenance. They're just playing some bongos on the servers. They wiggle the right one, yeah. So do I. And hopefully they won't wiggle for way longer than the estimated. But at least, yeah, they're jumping on it within a day of issues. So hopefully we'll go like, oh yeah, remember that time when servers were messy? Which of the 15? Because this is we're in Battlestar Galactica territory. All of this has happened before, and all of this will happen again, but in different ways. Yeah. Indeed. Cut the green way. 30 minutes. Okay. Yeah, for some, it seems to have been worse for some people than others. For me, although I wasn't per se, I did like a countdown and like ran around the world a bunch and then had like one delta. But yeah, for some, it seemed, yeah, way worse. Oh, okay. There's a discussion happening there. I was like, wait, were those names coming up? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, what was happening here, again, we've had similar stuff to this where just what's happening in the background is just whole server sets are just falling over. So they're basically kicking everybody out. Likely due to just something breaking in the game. We've had it before as well with like Summit and stuff. And then, yeah, everybody tries to log back in right away, right? So it creates a queue in the login system. Because even if you're playing, you know, solo, you're still in servers with other people and such. Really none of this new brand. It's like what striker build. I found myself going on more with this new build. Of just changing it to equalizer. Because if you're running Obli Striker, basically the thing is also, yeah, if you're running Obli Striker, just the new equalizer is just better. By significant margin as well. So we're talking, you know, versus the Cheska, we're talking 2.5% there. And anything over 2% is you'll feel the difference, kind of. And also, as well, you're stacking up faster. One of the things actually I need to do with this as well is kind of similar to what we did with the stack broker. Actually, yeah, we should do that. Maybe we do that as well, because although, well, first we need to plug in measured, actually. Let's actually do that. Because we'll make that work. And then maybe, yeah, we need to maybe do how long it takes. Although maybe what we'll likely do is just the stacks per second. Yeah, we'll just do stacks per second for each build. Because that's also going to change, of course, between these builds. And for Striker, that matters. Like, if you're getting, you know, a few stacks per second more, that means already, or even a stack per second more. That's up, you know, 0.9% of the damage. I need a shaky. And happy doing well, T. Yeah. There's dozens of us. Bleeding Survivor. Okay. Yeah, I did see there's 2 patches around. But and then yeah, silver and a gold one. But that'll be interesting to see, because also one of the, it depends on if it's like score based in survival, because survival is cheesable. You can cheese the score in survival. So I'd be curious to see how far people will go with that. Because yeah, you can get really into big scores if it's score based. We'll see there. But yeah, maybe because I've been meaning to as well actually jump into some survival in the one at some point. As I haven't done it in years, but maybe that'll be a good time to do it. So, yeah, that's got it. Yeah, and that's Amy. Yeah. The servers are disabled. Yes, there's maintenance. Another 2 hours on the estimated. Again, estimated, because yeah, it went down like an hour ago, a little less than an hour ago. But yeah, 2 hours 5 minutes, 2 hours 4 minutes. Remaining on the estimate, and yeah, it's for the stability. It's for the deltas. So hopefully it fixes the deltas, and then we can have fun again. You guys said Striker. No, yeah. Although especially the pestilence is a really good pairing with it. It's especially what I'm planning to do with it is just to have basically a Lexington to use while stacking up, and then Pesty once it's fully stacked. Because at full stacks, its Pesty potential is pretty up there. And yeah, it's a pretty decent set. It's especially good in groups, though. It really needs other players there to kind of mark stuff together with you, or well, kind of, you know, add to your marks count. So Because especially in PTS as well, I found it really slow solo, and I was like, this isn't gonna work. But then trying it in a group setting, it worked out perfectly fine, kind of. Especially the way that its stacking works, basically, is it's slow to stack up, but it's also really slow on losing stacks. So it's kind of a little bit different. And its damage potential should be good now. I mean, it'll get its own in-depth look. I already was starting on the on the spreadsheet for that one as well. And then especially what I want to look at is how much is that backpack, and especially how big is the difference at the start? Because at the start, before you like start stacking up, because you need some kills to get it going, right? Or well, in a group setting, at least you can kind of rely on other players to kind of help with the killing. But that start is really weak, and Vigilance might be a good option, but likely Vigilance loses out quite a bit on the top end. And also, if you're going Vigilant, because you don't want to use a chest. If you're going Vigilance, you're pairing that with, the chest, either being Equalizer or Sacrifice. That you can't go Tinkerer or Overdogs then. And Overdogs, for instance, as well, is really big. So. But yeah, well, I don't have a full-on answer to all those questions yet. But overall, just playing around with it in the PTS already, it was decent, especially if you're kind of sticking together with a team. If you're kind of playing around with the team and you're staying together, because then you can benefit from the long duration that it has. Because when going from one activity to another, all the strikers and other ones just all lose all their stacks, but then the concentrated company runner will start on a decent amount of damage. But yeah, its peaks aren't as high as like Chest Striker or Blitz Rate Striker. And also, it needs skills, which will generally relegate it to like, not a general use build. But yeah, this wouldn't work out, for instance, for raids or incursions or stuff like that. That's still very much striker terrain. Oh, unique experience, yeah. Well, I know it's a darling of the community, but yeah, I've played a little bit of survival, but yeah, a long time ago. But it was never my kind of style. I'm generally already not too much of a like, hey, just deal with these stats going down the whole time, like having to micro. Well, you don't really need to super micromanage it to a rough degree, but I never really got into it. But I wonder actually if nowadays I would be more receptive to it. So yeah, likely I'll go back and give it a real chance nowadays. Let's see if 2025 IKEA likes it more than 2018 IKEA. Because I've been actually jumping into the one here and there. But yeah, just mostly for the global events and then get to the survival match. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah. Tell your boss I told him that, call back later. You get to do with your own skills, allies per target. Yeah, you can basically get, with the ally one, and then you yourself. Well, you yourself always count. So you can get up to 4 solo. But that's the thing as well. Like in a group setting, it just goes faster. But yeah, in solo, you can get up to 4 because it's the companion system, and then a turret and a drone or 2 skills or whatever. The maintenance in 2 hours? No, the maintenance is now. It's for another Mikey boy is back. The mics are back in town. Yeah. But yeah. Mikey boy is back, and yeah, they're doing maintenance for the Deltang. And hopefully it doesn't run too long, and hopefully they'll actually get it fixed. And again, estimate, as I was kind of Provis says there as well, minimum, yeah. Although, well, sometimes as well, they've undershot. More recently, they've been doing for the normal maintenances, for just the patch maintenances, they've been saying 5 hours, and then it's been up in like 3.5 or 4 hours. So they've sometimes undershot, but I wouldn't expect that here. You know, they're not going to undershoot this. And yeah, have a great day, Bran, and yeah, thanks again for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. No, we command iterate meta, or trace be based on personal preference. I think there will be a meta because there are some damage ones and such. I think though, actually, because the way I end up kind of wanting that guy to be, I'll lean more towards actually tankiness. Because I saw there are some that are like movement speed down and armor up kind of stuff. But a meta will definitely emerge. That's just that's just how that works. But likely the meta will kind of lean towards damage in like a general sense, but so, yeah. I enjoy your food, Castle. Hey, actually, I made some just snacks to just quickly eat before the stream, and I forgot to eat them before the stream. Actually, I ended up last night after the stream just not being able to sleep much, so I was just like, fuck it. I did most of the work stuff I needed to do today, so that's all out of the way. So that I have plenty of time to stream today. But yeah, then I went to bed like 6 in the morning, and then got up at 12 and then started streaming basically. So still waking up. Have a ultimate skill or link with classified here. Well, you have the signature skill is the thing, but that's not tied to like thingies. But then yeah, you have classified gear, which is 6-piece gear sets. Well, all of the actives and stuff have been kind of similar to that indeed. Yeah. Actually, that one already. Yeah, let's actually hook in. Let's make sure to hook in measured here because I already done killer and streamline, which are simple. Measured is super annoying, although well, it's not that annoying. I had to figure out again how to do if statements in here. Which yeah. Yeah. So here we'll need the same. You know what? We can just take this, put that here. This changes to 71. So if this is 0, then this, and then normally it's, so yeah, not G. 43, 72, yeah, 72 times 1.25, and otherwise BD, okay, so instead of 46, 75. Okay, so then why does this drop? Oh, we need to, yeah. This has another +5. Or we can, let's just do +5, +5. Oh, yeah, like that. This also has a +5, +5. Because I have 5 more there. Now then, yeah. So this needs to be all over there. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have oh, yeah, we don't have as chest striker, of course, so you actually gain a little bit more from measured out of chest striker because it doesn't have any other total weapon damage, so I need a jack. Armor dome, yeah. Well, the which one do you mean? Because yeah, we also have exotic. Exotic is actually as well kind of okay, but yeah, the equalizer, the new named, basically yeah, any place you're using obliterate right now should become or any place you're using obliterate right now should become this is 115 because you have different RPMs there. Okay, so that's all of those. Ah, fact. I did it wrong, of course, here. Yeah, so these two, or no, the first 3 are salvo. Those are correct. This is not salvo. This is just that. And these are just 15s. Because we have 3 different elements of rate of fire or up to with striker and then the brand set and then salvo on top. So there we go. Okay. Now it seems more in line. Yeah. Okay, that's that side of things. And actually I think I can just 40 and then yeah, just yeah. So this goes over here. We just need to link it to this, which is 71. Yeah, measure is always annoying. Because we need to actually like do if statements, which we thought this was a good idea. But yeah, it's kind of handy to have these metrics because yeah, we can kind of see that, you know, for instance, measured, much measured gains us, and it's less with the salvo, but not by significant amounts. But a killer actually gains more than it normally would, and then streamline really only mattering for Fenris. But could have actually excluded streamline, but this one also a simple one to include. Yeah. That all looks good. Should actually have some form of firing time. You know what? I'm gonna put those over here. Oh, yeah. So this is so this is 20 HSD, 60 DTA, 60A. Yeah. And then yeah, we can do firing time over here. Although actually, can I have that even in my? Can we scroll that far in this? Oh, so yeah, we have kind of like 3 rows, right? Like I can see up to here. Yes. Okay. Because that's the place I use for the recording. What's wrong with the vision now? Well, as you may have noticed, we had some deltas and stuff. So yeah, they're taking the servers down to hopefully fix that. Maintenance is for another 2 hours, estimated. Again, estimated. Might take longer, but hopefully they'll fix the delta issues. And we can have it be the way we want it to be. At least, yeah, it would have been better if it didn't break, of course. But at least now that it did break, they're fixing it at least decently quickly. It's better just to pull the band-aid off now and just hopefully get it fixed, and then we can have our game back. Okay, so we have that. Yeah, so what would we even want here per se? So RPS. Maybe RPS and firing time. I'll include that same here. So yeah, this is this divided by 60. Is 50 divided by this. Now maybe let me just format this to two behind the that. Now we can just actually copy this over here and then from there all the way to there. Oh yeah, actually I wouldn't mind this being centered as well. Should just make one of those graphs actually over here as well. Because I would be curious as well how I mean, the thing is it is just gonna stack faster because here as well, there's no max size differences and stuff. You know, with the rock and roll. Hmm. Then we should make it with this, where we have all three permutations. So then we put it here. This one. Let's do that. We'll take that and then move it down all one. Sure, take a while. Yeah. Yeah, because we're gonna try to make sense of this in the same way we did with the other one. Well, actually, I should take a bio break. Actually, I'm starting to do the wiggle dance down there. To fix the connection issue because the server is down. Yeah. So well, no, the server is down to fix the yeah. But yeah, no, we were having deltas and such disconnects happening all over the place, and yeah, they brought the servers down to hopefully fix that. The estimated 3 hours, that was so another hour 40. Trying to parse it quickly. If the estimation holds out. No promises, but also I don't need to promise anything. It's not my problem, honestly. I'm just the shill. I'm not my problem. That's the take the estimated always with a grain of salt, but also they've been hitting the estimates quite often recently. There have been periods where it's been bad, but more recently, honestly, like the last time they didn't was like yesterday, but then before that was like months ago. Okay. Indeed. I love the smell of companions in the morning. Although, wait. When we said we're giving you companions, it wasn't like that. What, I'm not supposed to frolic with them? You know, we're just doing ancient Greek companion style. Nothing weird. What does this become? So if let's already start setting this up. Although actually we should have it like this. So let's take a section of this. And then well, then maybe we do it. Let's do it like this: 1.2, and then just speed 1.15. That makes more sense. Oh, and then yeah, so we take that. We take that. Yeah, let me take a bio break. I'll be here. No, that's not the right scene. There. I should have made a coffee as well, but it's fine. Yeah. Let's get in. Yeah. And I did video as well. When you get the new command you want, but only if it's only class related. Example, yeah, it won't change the class outright. Yeah. I need to add. Are we winning? No, Mike's winning. Mike has won. It's not even Mike is winning. Mike has won. Yeah, but yeah, Mikey boy is back. God damn it, Mike. Why you do this? I mean, but yeah, they're hopefully fixing the issues in the background. So maintenance, and then hopefully we'll get the game back in a reasonable state. That would be nice. But for now, yeah, we're just but it gives me some time as well to kind of work on some of these things. So I'm still fine. And also, yeah, the drops as well are available for those interested in the drops. Actually, I should maybe do this as well, just to remind people that, yeah, if you are interested in the drops, well, the links there in the Twitch chat. This is also only on the Twitch side, of course, but make sure to link your account. That's that first link, the drops-register.tb.com. You need to link your account first there, and then if you watch enough of dumbasses like me, then you need to go and claim your rewards in the inventory, which is the second link. But hey, you do need to link your account. That's not every drop, you just do that once. So if you've done it in the past for other drops, you're fine. But yeah, once their accounts are linked, then you can start accruing time, basically. And then, yeah, you need to claim the stuff as well, which catches some people out. They go like, I watched enough, but did you claim it? Yeah, so 0. So this will become like this. No, it won't become like that. Maybe like this. Okay, so 0, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 2, 2 point, what? 1, 1.2. We'll autofill to the rest. I believe in you, autofill now. Maybe if I do it like this. Nah. Maybe if I do it like this. Oh, that would. Okay. Okay, so we need to, yeah, select a segment like this, and then it'll repeat it. Okay. So this is oh, I need the RPM and stuff separate from this because this is going to be, although actually no, it would be nice to see it with measured as well, so it doesn't matter per se. So this is in brackets this number, yeah, I'm trying to do Google Sheets, divided by 60. And then this number divided by that. 2.8. That's not right. What did I do wrong? Oh, what am I doing? This is just this. Oh, and then times whatever is above it. Let's make this 2 numbers. So now both of these need to be locked. Although no, the row doesn't per se need to be. Times that. But yeah, that number just needs to be. Okay, so let's see if we did right. Oh, that looks about right. Okay. Now we take it to here. And then here it becomes 63. No, 64. And then this becomes 89. Oh, 65. Actually, that works out. Okay, so we're taking this one, and this one. Yeah. And this lines up with there. Yeah. So if I now take this whole set and just do kaplow. Yay. What's the firing time? 3 seconds. So yeah, everything over this is already too much. Let's make this red. And .07, so over there. Because it's basically true up to here. At the very least. Yeah. Actually, yeah, with these is not that big of a difference because we already have like a lot of, like we're just adding 10% to it. And we're not like stacking with an ACS or something, so kind of working out. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here. And thank you so much, Smith, for subscribing there. As always, much appreciated, as it helps with the poor decision making of buying everything, buying all the bundles and such, as we'll continue to do so. But yeah, much appreciated, and glad you like my rambling enough to help out that way. I'm a little bit of a dumbass sometimes, a little bit, a lot of it sometimes as well. But overall, yeah. Sometimes I get some things right. Oh, did you get the drops? No, so actually they're doing it now differently. Although I don't think that was always the case with it, but they're granting it. I haven't actually claimed them, I keep forgetting. But nowadays they just grant it to the people that are where the drops are active, basically. So I could have had it actually like instantly when the drops went live, but I totally forgot. And that's just so we can kind of, it'll just be, marketing. Although we don't even need quotation marks. It is just so we can be marketing. That's the point. But it's mutually beneficial, at least. But I do actually need to still claim them. This time around, it's just one named cache and one exotic cache. So they're just doing 1 week this time around, and there's already rumors around that, we might see another one pretty soon. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, again with this, I should maybe actually make that short as well at some point with this, because keep in mind as a tip as well, although might be already too late, the named cache and the exotic cache that you get from these drops, the contents of them are weightless items, and that's a special type of items where if you get, for instance, an exotic that's kind of usable, it's well worth keeping and optimizing that one, but you can't recalibrate it because then it loses that weightlessness, but it doesn't use an inventory slot, basically. So if you're out of the named cache or the exotic cache, get actually something usable, but then yeah, if it's exotic weapons and stuff, you need it to be detalk because you can't reconfigure. On named items and stuff as well, it needs to be something usable, but sometimes you get some decent stuff out of it, and it's well worth, especially on gear, because yeah, if you get like, I don't know, a coyote out of it or something, it's well worth like replacing maybe a normal coyote because yeah, it saves an inventory slot. Like I said, those items from these caches are weightless. Not granted. Yeah. Although, well, this is a more recent thing because actually, yeah, my first time with the thing, it's although actually, so it turned out because I usually have like the stream manager thing open, which has a view as well. Last time around, it actually counted that way, but yeah, now as well, they're just handing them out to the people, which is kind of smart as well. We can right away. if we remembered, if I wasn't a dumbass, going back to being a dumbass, if I wasn't a dumbass and claimed them right away and remembered to or noticed that, yeah, I could have shown them off. Be a good, yeah. We should have clickbaited it. Oh, and either Anna, and hope you're doing well. And you're welcome in. Deltas, yeah. Yeah, the stated reason for the maintenance is to help the server stability. So, for paid storage expansion yet? Well, it's a good thing they don't, right? Actually, they always. Well, the thing is, there is paid. It is technically a paid storage extension, but you can't just keep buying. Because it is tied to, the year one pass gets you 50 slots, Wony gets you 50 slots, and Brooklyn gets you 50 slots, but they also get you, at least Wony and Brooklyn get you so much more that it's kind of worth it. The year one pass, yeah, not fully maybe. Give or take, yeah. Although keep again in mind, estimated downtime. It might take longer. Hopefully it doesn't, but yeah, it might. I need it, Peter. Yeah, let's keep chipping away at this. So I just recently did this for the stack broker, but how do we make the? Although actually, it's just this, right? Just take this. Oh no, I take it all. 4 seconds. Yeah, they should all be close enough that it's going to be the same scale, right? So insert chart. Okay. I know, likely scale-wise, yeah, it's going to go to 80 for all of them, right? Excuse me. Apparently, I'm allergic to charts. Tables, I'm fine with, but charts. Oh, yeah. And then just the same for these, but then like this, right? And then just different color. So blue is salvo, blue, green, red. Although we should do, no, we should do red, green, blue, RGB. So this will be green. This will be red. Oh yeah, and also this doesn't have a background. Here we go. Actually, this mostly shows that, honestly, it's not too big of a difference for stacking. Oh, actually, wait, this is, yeah, this is the other way. We need the reloads in here. Yeah, what am I doing? We should do the tables from the reload way. Yeah. Yeah. So we need to do it like this. So 0. Oh, and then, yeah, we need it separated out, right? What's the deal? We need like this. And then, yeah. Let's reload 1.95. So is this number plus 1.95. The firing time on this one is 2.84. So is this number plus 2.84. This can go for all of them. The reload is always the same. This isn't. Is this number plus 2.94. Oh, this is still basing it off of that. So yeah, this needs to shift by one. I remember how to make this thing I made a week ago as well. Already struggling. Is this number plus 3.07? Well, I mean, that's half of the stuff here always, is just trying to... How did we do that thing again that we just did? Okay. And then, yeah, so now... So this is this. Actually, we can just do it like this. Is this. You know what? I'm gonna sneak a peek. Peek a sneak. Oh, I accidentally, wait, I need to accidentally close the folder I need. Let's get that back. No. But I don't want to show my history there. How did I do that with the stack broker thing? Also, why is this file called stockbroker? Stack broker. Oh, okay, I just okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Hello? Is that a handy way of doing things? Is that the 1 second mark? Oh, it's well, it's at the 2.84 mark, actually. We can just do it like this. Just like double that. That can't be right, can it? Wait, what even, wait, what's the output here even? Yeah, what am I doing? There should be 50s. So yeah, okay, so yeah, of course. Is this times or plus 50? Because that's the time scale that matters here. So, and then this as a section can be repeated like this. Yeah. I'm awake. And anxiety. Things interest, something is spawning, and I don't know order to it. Oh yeah, usually when targeting him, he gets confused sometimes, especially if you use the alt and stuff. Commanding is not super effective, but also we don't want him to be, you know, more like, or you wouldn't want him to be more effective than the player, at least I would think. What do I think about the new sets? I just don't. I refuse to. If you mean, well, we have the brand sets. That's kind of what we're looking into here. Equalizer is going to be the go-to obliterate from now on. Like if you're putting obliterate in a build, it's going to be an equalizer. Salvo is competitive, but then especially, for instance, on places where, yeah, it can compete with Cheska. And the thing is, though, that, yeah, as we already kind of see here, there is a case to be made that the Salvo is kind of balanced with Cheska. Especially as you gain a lot more from the damage per mag and stuff as well through Cheska. Is this completely final? Yeah. This one's finalized, right? Because Cheska actually kind of still beats Salvo. But then, yeah, the question becomes this, of like how much faster does it stack, which is also negligible, but also this Cheska being ahead is also negligible. And especially with Killer, actually, the gap becomes a little smaller even. Especially if we're kind of setting up for a Killer, we can actually have Salvo exceed there. Because while this is the best one when Killer isn't active, actually the 58 beats the Cheska when Killer is active. So, but then Salvo will always kind of lose on the damage per mag and the sustained DPS, but then also stacks faster. So it's one of those, depends kind of how you make the case, but all of them are so close to each other that also it's kind of like a moot point almost. I'll likely present chest strikers with the Salvo though, moving forward. Otherwise, it depends on this. Let's see actually how quickly it pulls ahead or not. You know what? Let's go to 200 stacks. Maybe even 250. Yeah, so let's create a chart out of this. Why are we scattering? Is this too tiny? If I go here. No, not there. Here. Oh no, it's big enough. For explanation purposes. Oh, so we have that one. RGB, we said, right? So this is red. And then this is green. Without a background. They overlap so much there. I could actually play with the opacity of these overlaying ones as well. Where is that though? Yeah, also doesn't per se matter too much. But actually extend it in the horizontal to kind of bring it. Well, let's actually first do this one too. Because this difference is also super tiny. In the grand scheme of things. Okay. Can I select all three together? resize all three. Although, will that even keep the scale? Just to make it a little clearer. Oh, the green is... There we go. Barely any difference between them, basically. Although, well, going from like Cheska to Salvo, although well, more here, that's almost a second difference. At that point, at the 200 stacks point. But also, we wouldn't stack the 200 with that, because at the 100 stack point, it's 4.6 seconds, or 0.46 seconds. That's almost half of a second. But actually, yeah, this kind of shows that, yeah, there's not even really a difference there. So honestly, if you have Cheska there already, just might as well keep Cheska, honestly. It's for laziness. Because it would kill her, you could kind of beat it. And actually, with measure, Cheska is definitely ahead. But also, yeah, this kind of also depends on how much headshot rate you have. Because the more you're headshotting, the more you'll gain through salvo. The less you're headshotting, the more you'll lean toward Cheska. Clicks be clicking indeed. Clickers be clicking. What measures different? Huge? No. It's the thing is with all of these, it's like minor stuff. So here with measured in between, so this being a chest striker with salvo, so the most, you know, the bigger one. So that's the rate of fire there. The chest guy is a 13.55 increase from measured, and the salvo is a 13.28. So it's a, you know, we're less than 0.25%, basically. 30.33%, yeah. Oh, that can't be right. Wait a minute. So 0.27. Braining of a percent. So you're never gonna notice the difference there, really. But yeah, it is a little bit of a loss, but then actually with killer it gains more as well. So, but yeah, between these there's just like salvo is just now, because yeah, this was 3% more rate of fire. Like that was the thing with this, like this on top of equalizer and such, that was kind of pulling stuff far. That's why I was advocating for salvo also to be cut a little bit, and 5% seems healthy for it, because yeah, it's kind of lining up with Cheska. Honestly, you could make this case either way. Either you go Cheska, you have a little bit more damage per mag and a little bit better sustain. And that's actually the way I would lean. And salvo could go in there just for the tiny bit faster stacking. But neither is like humongous differences. So honestly, either or. Salvo would be easier to get than a Cheska holster as well. So that would be a thing. This regular but the equalizers of Cheska, I recommend using salvo instead of Coyote. No. So now Coyote was kind of lining up when it was 8%. Coyote was lining up with salvo. That's why it was a little bit too much. I felt. And now Coyote will be ahead because they reduced salvo. But then Coyote as well can be a little bit behind in the wrong ranges, right? Well, actually, look at that combination. Like that's this basically, because we're gonna look at Equalizer plus salvo versus Equalizer plus other exotics. But yeah, let's actually lean into this one because we can actually take the numbers from the PTS ones, even if we don't have the game. So, well, we can deduce from there and then double check later. For striker, yeah, and as a general build can work well. The thing to remember though is that especially things like Tinkerer, especially things like Overdogs, can be much larger than Coyote ever was, for instance. So we got, in the last few seasons, we got a few exotics that are actually really up there. So I think especially the main way I'm gonna show strikers is going to be likely with Overdogs and with Tinkerer. But yeah, just the combo. Like, the thing is though that, yeah, that combo is not, well, we'll see, actually, yeah. It should be behind now, behind most of the exotics by a degree that, like, having one of the either Tinkerer or Overdogs in there is kind of gonna be enough head that I will lean that way. Number 2 is Ninja Pack and the Equalizer and it melts. I mean, yes, it's still a striker build, but it won't melt as much as a full as without the Ninja Bike. That'll melt harder. The thing is as well, if you're going Ninja Bike, honestly, I would lean more towards going one-piece unit, one-piece Fenris. Because you are then putting that 50% mag size, which, 50% is at least a big enough number that it's like makes a difference. But you're putting that 50% mag size basically against Fenris's 10% weapon damage plus 30% reload. I would lean that way. But also I would lean actually just even like, yeah, just not going Ninja Bike. Ninja Bike just generally, because even if you want the blue and the yellow, just taking the blue and the yellow on a normal striker will kind of be a little bit ahead. So, those are one mag, I mean, but on the other end, you would have another, yeah. As stated there. Because yeah, you're trading that 50% mag. The thing with the Ninja Bike as well is getting as many bonuses as long as they're kind of equivalent really makes a difference. Because on the sustain end, actually, that Fenris, we already looked at it with the PTS, but that Fenris kind of catches up, especially now as well. That was even with the salvo. Now the Fenris is going to be likely quite a bit ahead on the sustain end of thing. I likely equal on the sustain end of things. But yeah, on the burst, you'll be quite a bit ahead. The damage per mag will be lower, but yeah, that's 50% mag size. That will do that. But also, yeah, Ninja Bike will still like be a weaker setup than just going striker. It'll be more than enough for all content. Like, it's not a bad build, but it's a B tier build at that point. And you kind of need to then feed into having a shield, because otherwise the blue and the yellow are going to waste that. New rounds, if I lose too much, if I keep for glass cannon, I'm going to look between, yeah, glass cannon and thingy as well. Like the gap now between glass cannon and this. But it's going to be pretty close to what the old Cheska versus Sacrifice gap was. Because we're basically back to, that was 25 on the Obliterate, now it's back to 24. Mike is our new companion, yep. This is the companion system. I've got a companion, his name is Mike. His name is Mike. He rides around on a trike. He doesn't want a bike. That's Mike. Listen to the tech tank. The thing is, the tech tank is kind of contingent on the memento. That's also the thing. Like in a solo setup, the memento, especially once you kind of charge it up, is going to work really well. And then especially on a really aggressive build, like the tech tanks should be kind of played, you're also picking up even the short time buffs and stuff. So, and the thing is, it's because that's also there is always, you know, because it is kind of like in the middle, it's kind of like the turmoil as well, right? Like the truth about the Ninja Bike is that it's an okay-ish enough piece, but it doesn't have enough bonuses to be like the meta, right? But still good enough. Like you can make worse builds than, because you have, you know, you could stick a Sawyer's in there, or the Imperial Dynasty, or Acosta's knee pads or stuff. But yeah, those are all like objectively worse. But yeah, it just makes kind of B tier builds, but then they get, you know, sometimes praised as S tier builds, which they're generally not. So you get, you know, the backlash against it, kind of in the same way as a turmoil. Like there's people that love it and people that hate it, and they're very vocal about it. But actually, they're kind of, it's actually the thing with the Ninja Bike as well. It's as we get more bonuses. So for instance, this bonus coming in helping quite a lot. Like before this, like that Brazos setup, that was not a fan. Here, at least, we have enough bonuses with, but then again, I would go unit plus Fenris instead of double unit, because I think 10% weapon damage and 30% reload is worth more than, is it 30 or 20% actually on Fenris? I can have a check, but is worth more than just the 50% max size, But yeah, as we get more and more bonuses for the Ninja Bike, yeah. The thing is that the Ninja Bike really would benefit from high-ends being more competitive, because from a just conceptual standpoint, it's better to have 10 brand bonuses than try to get for 3 pieces of a gear set, get the 4th bonus if things were equal. And that's the thing, right? Like the gear sets aren't equal, like Strikers, Umbra, Heartbreaker, all of those are way ahead of tipping scales, are way ahead of just high-end setups. Let's get excited. Oh, that was Equalizer. Oh yeah, indeed. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Strikers with Equalizer. The 10th one is like, I'm a doctor. Why are you asking me for division advice? And he's smoking a camel. The thing is, though, that the green gear is like, you know, Strikers is just too powerful to not have in there. But yeah, it doesn't make for a good Striker or a good Heartbreaker or a good most of the other. Also, with this, actually, I would lean more towards Heartbreaker there. Actually, we could actually look at that as well. Heartbreaker with the Ninja Bike versus Striker with the Ninja Bike, because I feel actually the Heartbreaker would do better. I mean, you're still giving up vigilance then, but I'll actually know it might do worse because of that. Because actually, yeah, VG is a tiny bit more than the Striker backpack. Well, it depends on for what chest sound you have. Some of us see. Again, I wouldn't go with Equalizer plus Salvo there as well. Yeah, take Equalizer plus Fenris. That's gonna get you more bonuses. or well, overall, like it's different bonuses because also max size versus reload, but yeah, you also get a decent. Actually, yeah. Let's go to the gear spreadsheet here. Did they start doing things? I hope they do. I don't want to have to do it again. Although, well, they had most of the stuff done that added them in PTS, but they just left it. Oh yeah, it's 30% reloaded. I wasn't sure if it was 30 or 20. But that 30% reload is going to be, you know, a plus 10% weapon damage is going to be quite a bit more. I mean, yeah, Tipping Scales is definitely a pretty usable build. Servers down, indeed. Well, they took them down for maintenance. It's not like accidentally. They didn't fall over. But yeah, they took the servers down to do maintenance. Another hour remaining. But that's the estimate. Yeah, another hour remaining estimate. Right. What do you got with overdogs versus using salvo? Overdogs overall, in general play, it really depends as well, kind of what you're doing with it, because yeah, some places it really doesn't work well, but in just general play, doing activities, doing control points, doing retaliation, countdown, stuff like that, overdogs, I would put it at like 18 to 20% of an amp, basically, as just the so that's going up against the brand bonus. So even like the biggest brand bonuses in Cheska or this, well, Cheska is usually bigger still, because Cheska is like 5-6% or something. Well, depends kind of build, but let's say 6% at most on a build. Yeah, so you have still 14% over it. And overdogs, like, even if you're not paying attention to it most of the time, or like more than half of the time, like it'll work out just because of how the tiering is set up. And then also you have moments like, for instance, with countdown with the hunters at the start, it's basically guaranteed to be active because it's just one enemy, right? So, but then there are some places where it's basically guaranteed to be inactive, like, you know, lovebirds. Incursion fight or stuff like that. So, whatever, we haven't even reached the estimate yet. Well, that's the idea. He's in London. I mean, yeah, everybody was. Lincoln. As London. The deltas were like they needed to do something, and then hopefully this fixes it. That's also, of course, a thing. Like, hopefully it fixes it, and then. Reason there. It's not the most. I mean, there are like objectively worse exotics than the Ninja Bag. I think that the Ninja Bike gets, you know, overpraised and then kind of overbashed on the other side. But for instance, as well, I do have 2 Ninja Bike builds in the build collection, but that's also because they work out in the way that they're set up. One is a pistol headhunter, the other is a rifle headhunter. Especially with headhunting, you can we have enough bonuses there and such that it works out enough. And then also with headhunting, like a lot of the brand sets, we just use them for the stats anyway, so that works out. But also with them, you need to use a shield. Part of it is that we're also using the blue and the yellow. Can log in. Also having this issue. Everybody having that issue. It's yeah. The servers are down for the timing. They're doing maintenance, hoping to fix shit. With Mike today, indeed. YouTube is massive, and then oh yeah, I mean yes, and that's always gonna be the thing though. That, like you know, I saw people praising Blacklister as the new meta type. I mean, I've seen it all at this point. I feel every new thing is the meta because it had like it or gets praised as it just because that gets clicks, right? So. But the thing is also, it's not the worst thing because yeah, there's worse things you can do with a build. Like you can make a striker build with Ninja Bike and yeah, Equalizer and a Fenris piece and do decent. You can do all the content with that. Like a team of 4 of those could do the incursion. Like that's more than enough for that. But the thing is, the same team with a full-on striker sets and stuff would have an easier time. That's the difference maker there. But it's also not like just, you know, for people running Foundry Bulwarks or something into into incursion, right? Like they're gonna have a worse thing. But yeah, it's kind of important to kind of keep stuff in perspective. Because yeah, over or underselling things is, you know, can go sideways. That's funny. Zero, yeah. Yeah, we lost some progress as well yesterday on like we're most of the way through a mission, I remember, and we got dealt at. But hopefully this'll fix up. Ninja Bike. Yep. No, I mean you can shit in it, maybe. Just, you know, take a big dump in there. It gets doubled. It's double the shit. Well, also, yeah, it's not like as bad as some people make it out to be, but it's also not as good as some others make it out to be. But it's like okay enough, which is actually the worst thing a thing can be. It like good enough, but not great. But that's because honestly, people forget about like the worst ones actually, like Overlord or you know Imperial Dynasty or Sawyer's knee pads or Acosta's knee pads or. Yeah. Any kind of specific play style to use it. Blacklisters for like general play, it just doesn't. It's too annoying to use. The chip like just that 600% on. But then I've already seen some specific scenarios people have been using it, and it works out decently well for that. Where you have targets that you can shoot that don't really do damage back. Some people use it on lovebirds and just shoot the other things like shooting shock traps and stuff, or the drone at the start of it. But for just general use, it's too annoying. Be now basically yeah, same as always. Obliterate chest, but then now the obliterate chest is equalizer. If we're going obliterate, for the chest striker, I think I'm just gonna stick with the Cheska. Honestly, seeing the metrics we have here. Salvo doesn't meaningfully beat a Cheska holster. Because yeah, well, it can be, you know, kind of on par, especially when killer is active and stuff, or have a bigger measure, or actually no, that's a smaller measure. But yeah, the gain that you have on the damage per mag and such, and the sustained DPS with the Cheska is beats out Salvo as long as you're not per se doing something very specific with that rate of fire. And the rate of fire difference is not big enough to also like really flip it. Yeah, exactly. It's also always what I advocate for, of like, people should, it's okay to make choices for comfort, but you should know how much it costs you. And then also not, go like, this is the best, because then you should expect the backlash that comes with that. Because I'm perfectly fine, like, I advocate for the tech tanks, but then I always also bring it as like, they're not as quick as some other things can be, but they're more consistent. So overall, at least that's the intention behind them. So, exactly. It's not so much in using it, but in recommending the ninja bike and stuff, or brandishing it as like, the best thing ever. I'll never really understand. I mean, it's true for in a lot of games, but Division has a lot of it, and I think it's just the style that kind of survived, and also kind of, the clickbait works, like it just does. But the kind of used car salesman thing, yeah, I'm also, I do it in my build showcase as well. I will praise a build, but I'll also try to, like, temper expectations if need be, because some builds are really great in some cases, in some stuff, but not in other cases. And I feel the used car salesman kind of thing is a bit much as people go for in Division content. Because I don't get a commission every time somebody makes a tech tank. I don't need to sell it to that degree or something like that, right? Like, or if somebody makes a combat medic or something, so I'm like, I get a kickback from Massive or from, I don't know, whatever brands I recommended it. This stream has been brought to you by Cheska. Unit sucks. Unit is the worst thing. Don't use an equalizer. Stay true to Cheska. Cheska for life, motherfuckers. Well, I'm glad I'm having fun. How's it going, Mr. IKEA? Well, I'm losing my mind, apparently. But yeah, we're having fun. But yeah, the servers are down, so we're just chilling. This is our companion now, Mike. He doesn't do much. He just sits there and just blocks the way. It's basically Snorlax, right? He's just Snorlaxing in our way. He'll hopefully eventually wake up and get out of our way. Sounds feel like Circular Equalizer with Killer feels better than Circular. Salvo, perhaps. Okay, this synergizes with Killer. Well, they'll yeah. So now, especially now that Salvo is 5%. Actually, yeah. Well, let's start working on this in a sec. Let me already pull up this while I'm talking. Now that they've reduced it a little bit, Coyote will be ahead, especially when you're in the right ranges. Which was also kind of the thing I wanted out of that. Like, it shouldn't be that Coyote that kind of still requires you as well to be in the right range and stuff should be beaten by Salvo, and then that Salvo becomes the de facto piece for basically everywhere. Because actually, as it stood, like with the 8%, it had to go in everywhere, because it would be Cheska as a single piece in a lot of places, like Heartbreaker Tech Tank, or Heartbreaker Tech Tank, all those Tech Tank styles. All the other builds where there's just like a piece of Cheska in there, it had to be whatever needed to be rearranged to get the Salvo in there. But now it is kind of equivalent between them. So. Oh yeah, we can, from this PTS one we can take. Oh, actually, you know what? In a minute, let's watch this. I've been meaning to watch this. Maybe we'll watch it together, which is the thing they put out actually like yesterday, which is the Dev Diary for Mutiny season. Maybe watch that in a second. But first, yeah, let me try and keep up. Or catch up fully. Yeah. Hey there, hello. Where's back with the combo? Definitely going to. Oh yeah, you gotta make so much things work in the game, especially when you coordinate the team and stuff as well. Like if you're actually getting value out of stuff like that. Partially as well, like unless you're really speed running, you don't need to be on like the knife's edge fully. You can not, you know, you don't need to be at the edge of the cliff. You can just have a nice walk. Just, you know, on the path, in safety. Jessica, indeed. Just keep buying Jessica stock. Nobody. Just sell all your Nvidia stock and Tesla and buy Jessica. I totally am not intertwined. I don't get a kickback. Don't worry about my fingers being crossed like this. That's just it's a medical condition. It's just like I was born like this. Sorry, it's fine. Good thing I'm sure. I mean, yeah, we should totally at some point, yeah, make or either that or Purple Gang. I feel just tanking it. Indeed. Oh yeah. Debuffed Mike. I mean, yeah. Can we give Mike rate of fire increase? Rate of fixing increase? Yeah. But is Edge, yeah. What if you're Edge? What if you're that guitarist called Edge? Some percent damage for each different brand that's activated. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of ways you could kind of make Ninja Bike more competitive if you really wanted to, but the thing is also, it's not so far behind that, like, adding way too much to it, like, it can very quickly get away from it. But I've seen so many suggestions for that. The thing is, you could do just something to it and maybe help out. But the thing is also, it's not like in the worst place ever. Like there's other stuff to buff if they want to spend the time on it. One that I saw was maybe giving one more core of whatever core you have the most. That because actually, for instance, well, you could always play with how much percentages is, but something like that would very much incentivize, like, yeah, going away from gear sets and such. Wouldn't be the worst thing, but it would also then be the only way to run high ends. But yeah, I think, for instance, that idea of like whatever core you have the most of, you get one more of. I can kind of lean into what it is, but without like adding too much. But also, yeah, again, if if you add way too much, it also becomes the de facto thing. But it's kind of like Heartbreaker. It's like just enough behind Striker and has some, you know, questionable things. In the case of Heartbreaker, the stacking on it. In the case of the Ninja Bike giving up a backpack talent for it. That, yeah. Where's the squeeze? But Salvo is not. Salvo in some cases will still be okay-ish. It kind of depends also what weapon talent you're going with, because you'll gain more from Killer from it, but for instance with Measured you actually lose a little with it. But Equalizer is like, if you're using Obliterate, there is no other Obliterate. Even more so than, for instance, yeah, most of the times if you're going Glass, you should be using Sacrifice. There's like only a few rare exceptions. Because even, for instance, yeah, like Eclipse, you can, Electric is a tiny bit more, but then also like Sacrifices 5% would also be on your weapon, for instance. But most in the other cases is, yeah, it's very much towards the towards a sacrifice in there. The same is now true, like even more so true here. Like if you're going obliterate, you're going equalizer. There is nothing else. Equalizer blueprint. Yeah, it is in the blueprint is in the reconstructed caches. So yeah, especially if you already have everything, it's just 4 caches to open. You know what? Let's give this a watch because I've been meaning to watch this. Oh, it melted in the background. I was like, wait, where did the game go? But actually, I was looking for this one. Yeah, you know, we'll go to the live stream setup here. But yeah, let's see what they had to say with this.
Time and again, we have fought to protect the peaceful way of life. But now, yesterday's enemies could become today's allies. The Division 2 mutiny finds Shade agents caught in a rift within the True Sons. As unrest spreads through the True Sons, the Division joins forces with a group of defectors to ignite an uprising.
Mutiny Season comes with a new feature, NPC Companion, allowing players to recruit and command their former enemies, True Sun defectors, and fight back to take the streets of DC together.
As a squad leader, you command the True Sun's companions, each with their own unique traits and abilities. Every squad of agents can recruit 1 companion at a time. You can choose from 3 companion archetypes: Assault, Medic, and Engineer.
Companions can be recruited in the open world, where some encounters offer a chance to earn a powerful new ally with distinct skills and traits. Once recruited, your companion will follow your lead, fight by your side, revive you in battle, and can be commanded to unleash their special abilities using the command link global modifier. Every new companion comes with 2 randomly rolled traits, inspiring you to experiment and adapt your strategy. Some traits are universal, some restricted for certain archetypes, and some are quite rare, featuring special behavior. The companion feature is exclusive to the Mutiny Season, so be sure to enjoy it while it's available.
Yeah.
With teamwork and tactical coordination at the heart of this season, the Division 2 Mutiny introduces a brand new global modifier, the Command Link. The Command Link is all about rewarding smart, coordinated play between you and your recruited True Sons companion. Every time you and your companion
That's
work
footage
together,
before
whether
the
it's covering
changes.
each other, setting up attacks, or completing objectives, you'll earn a powerful combat buff, charge your companion's command link meter, and gain modifier XP. Once the meter is full, you can unleash your companion's active modifier, turning the tide
Even
of
there,
battle
the guy
in your
missed.
favor.
in the footage, in the trailer.
Active modifiers in Mutiny are designed to reinforce tactical play and reward coordinated teamwork. Each active modifier is tied to an archetype role, and they are activated when your command link meter is full.
Each ability comes with its own command link cost. Spearhead is designed for an assault-type companion, allowing them to fire an RPG that deals explosive damage and inflicts bleed on all enemies within range.
Techline lets your engineer companion deploy a turret that automatically targets weak points and enemy skill proxies. Quick Fix empowers your medic
That's no
companion
longer the
to
case.
deploy a
That's
support
changed.
station that revives, heals, and cleanses all allies.
Just like last season, active modifiers can be upgraded through Modifier XP, with 3 upgrade levels in total. All companions within the same archetype share upgrade progress and benefit from the same unlocked effects, so switching between companions of the same type won't reset your progression.
Building on the companion theme, the passive modifiers introduced in Mutiny are all designed to strengthen your bond with your ally. These modifiers fall into 3 main categories: defense, offense, and tactics, each granting benefits to both you and your companion.
Defense passive modifiers focus on survivability, providing healing and armor boost for you, while giving your companion
Different
armor
voice.
regeneration, increased speed, damage reduction, and an improved rate of fire. Offense passive modifiers enhance your firepower, offering increased weapon damage, faster skill cooldown, and greater skill efficiency. Finally, tactical passive modifiers are built to support the command link global modifier, improving meter fill rate and expanding your companion's active area of effect. Keep in mind, passive modifier bonuses are partially reduced if you don't have a companion, so make sure to recruit one to gain their full advantage.
That's also like no longer
Mutiny
the
Season
case.
brings 3 hostile modifiers you need to watch out for. First, the Commander, heavily armored and hard-hitting. Commanders boost nearby enemies. Team up with your companion to break their defenses and eliminate them fast.
Next, the Jammer, a hidden enemy that disrupts your skills, command link, and other modifiers. Send your companion to hunt them down, and once your companion locates a Jammer, a HUD icon will reveal their position.
Finally, the Fire.
Oh,
Two
that's
linked
what's
enemies
happening. Yeah.
share damage reduction and are hard to kill. Coordinate with your companion to break their link and strike while they're vulnerable for a strong armor regeneration buff.
I was always like, why is it sometimes not showing it and then suddenly the enemy has it?
As with
But
every
that's
season,
that
Mutiny
mechanic.
introduces new gear to collect. The Unit Alloys brand set, Concentrated Companion gear set, 2 named weapons, Lockdown and Froth.
Did you
and
say
3 new
Concentrated
exotics,
Companion?
The Bittersweet Exotic Rifle,
Instead of
Beacon
Concentrated
Exotic
Company?
Chest, and Sheriff Exotic Shotgun, available through the Climax mission. To help you maximize teamwork with your companion NPC, the Beacon Exotic Chest comes with the Talent Bound, which grants shared bonuses to you and nearby allies.
The Bittersweet Exotic Rifle rewards cooperation. So when you heal your allies, they receive a portion of your repair skills bonus as bonus armor for each stack. Equipping 4 pieces from the Concentrate Company gear set unlocks the talent Camaraderie. When you shoot an enemy, they're marked for a short duration. If that marked enemy is then killed, they'll gain 1 stack of a powerful bonus for each ally who helped secure the kill.
3 weapon damage to right there. Powerful. I mean, it adds up.
Players with the Season Pass can gain access to the following premium track rewards: 10 gear dies, 10 weapon skins, 2 outfits, and 2 new Prestige arm patches. More than that, players can earn 400 premium credits by progressing through the Season Pass on the premium track. The free track will introduce 1 outfit and 1 weapon skin, allowing every agent to gear up and
I
stand
do
out
like
in
that
the
left
streets of
one
DC.
there. What? There are Twitch drops?
Celebrate Mutiny release by watching any partner Division 2 Twitch stream during the promo period to earn exclusive rewards, weapon skills, trophies, as well as named and exotic caches.
Don't miss out. With the festive season upon us, keep your eyes peeled for all the merry mischief. There's still time to sweet talk your way onto the nice list, but if you've been a little naughty this year, don't be surprised when Krampus shows up.
Oh, they hinted at it? Okay. And yeah, don't be surprised if Krampus shows up. I'll let you know already. There is maybe a thing to that. I won't spoil anything, but yeah. The truth is out there. I know, let me get you up here. Team companions. Yeah. Although there's those in-game companions are still better than this Mike guy here. God damn it, Mike. Okay. But it would have been a bit of work there. Mike had gone, but yeah, no, Mike's still there. But also the estimation is still another half hour. Like the estimated 3 hours runs out in another 25 minutes. And yeah, hopefully they don't. Did they post anything extending or anything? No, at least not now. Still Mike is there. Brooklyn, yeah, indeed, actually, yeah. Good point. That's by Tennyson there. The Brooklyn vendor, once the servers are back, had a piece of units alloys, so you can buy it, deconstruct it, and craft. I did that as well yesterday to get a few equalizers. If you get the blueprints for that, because yeah, you'll still need crafting parts, but you can get those. Max buffs. Yeah, so, well, just when the companion isn't out, so in a group setting, somebody has to put them out or them to be out. And solo, you can just unequip them. You can unequip the active, and that will do the same. But yeah, you get double, you get, instead of 15, 30 weapon damage, and yeah, 40 as pro instead of 20. Indeed. Fuck you, Mike! Mike! Why you do this, Mike? Just... God damn it. Why is it always also 0-1 guy? Yeah, let's have a peek at this, because we can actually, from this... Is this the PTS one? for equalizer plus salvo. So yeah, we can already actually maybe make a start there. Equalizer plus salvo. Take this down here. Let's make this 2060. Let's put it to DTH already. Actually, let's take a second here and just go through all of these. Hold on to DTH for later on testing numbers. Because I'll go and check everything eventually. Well, before the video. Was foamed. Yeah, I saw that as well from someone. I think they did something with the bars on the enemies. Like they seem to go occluded, even when like they shouldn't be. I not sure exactly what they did. I'm still trying to kind of like catch like, hey, what is actually happening? But the bars on enemies seem to like kind of not be as consistent as they were intentionally, unintentionally. Don't remember the PTS having any of that, but then also, yeah, when the bar goes, all the icons go as well. So, how do you unequip the companion? You just go into the thing and just in the same way that you equip it, you can unequip it. You just go on the one that you have like equipped, because yeah, you can equip like the other ones, but you can also just go on the one that is active and you just unequip them. Oh no, pretty dang game. That also, because yeah, if you don't see you see the bar, yeah, you don't also see the blue. I wonder if as difficulty goes up, it spawns more with that commander hostile modifier. And either open world. And yeah, we're doing good. Well, except for Mike being in the way. I wonder how many people are called Mike and then play Division. And then they go like, it's like being called Karen or being actually named Karen. And, you go onto Reddit and everybody's talking about Karens. I wonder if there's a Mike out there that's now going like every time like, wait, why is everybody talking about? Oh no, it's the other Mike. And either feed. I have that sometimes with the car thing, because yeah. Some people, actually it was like last week or something, a colleague of mine has bought a Kia, the car brand, the one, and they were talking about that, and I was kind of like overhearing it, and I kind of like heard my name, and then kind of like, I looked over of like, wait, did you ask me anything? I was like, oh no, but then I heard my name again, I was like, wait, and they were just talking about the car and just confused the shit out of me. Yeah, happy Wednesday indeed, and Heidelberg. Although well, and well, not everybody, not Mike. We don't wish Mike anything except a quick demise. Well, that mic, just that mic, the mic 01. Other mics are cool. Was my thinking of my PS5 because you've been a naughty boy. You naughty. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that was the thing with the use that in April's Fool's video as well, didn't I? Indeed, just with the Anyway, we are definitely getting, yeah, as they hinted there as well, Krampus-related things, so... Yanate. But yeah. Have you tried being less nate? But yeah, they've taken the servers down to fix the server or the deltas. Estimated uptime is another 15 minutes, or well, estimated downtime. But don't be too surprised if they extend it. It turns out server shit is actually pretty hard. Who knew? Who knew? Yeah, let's actually prep this. But luckily, actually, for me, kind of, well, selfishly, it works out as I get to work on these without the distraction of a video game, even though it's about it, the work is about the video game. So, kind of where it works out. Yeah, let's take this section. We're gonna do the same here as well. We want to have talents later on. And actually, this, the way that it's set up, should be hooked in already. Would equalizer plus salvo be the same there? Fill in what we can already. So here it'll be against exotics, but here it'll be against other brands. Yeah, this moves around. And then I'll have foxes at some point, but we get there when we get there. Okay. So what did we even... Equalizer with a salvo. Oh yeah, we need this trio. That's actually the interesting part. And then, yeah. Yeah, so actually we just basically have this whole same section. Oh, so 60. Okay, so yeah, this is plus 12. That's the same, but then the RPM is here higher. Yeah. I'll go for the same metric here. So So 93. 93 plus plus 70 times this field. I will double check it later on in the Although, yeah, this is kind of obvious because yeah, we gain 12 there. And then, yeah, I want the same here because we can kind of see how much of each of these adds in. Because this will be unit plus salvo, equalizer plus unit. Yeah, that order will make more sense indeed. So this is then 20. Yeah. And then just the RPM changes here. No, actually, wait, that's 20. Oh, we had a different order here, like me. Unit plus salvo is a third. So that's this one. But actually, I want it in this way. Times 1.25. This is times 1.2. And yeah, so this is 24, this is 20. There we go. No. That's not true. Wait, where? Oh, the 5 rate of fire. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, the 5 rate of fire is actually balanced now, isn't it? Okay. This still seems off. Wait, am I doing this right? Oh, times 1.2, yeah, 1.25, yeah. I feel I'm missing out on a different stat somewhere else. Because these would have minus 12s versus this. Oh, it's also not balanced well, is it? That's kind of a cause. Or no. Minus 6 plus 12. Does this save it? Oh, interesting. So if we balance it, we can save it, but might actually just go for that 58, but then we'll change them all. But that's actually interesting. That 5 rate of fire is lining up quite close to, at least with this low crit chance, and then 20% headshot rate. That's also kind of the reason. That crit chance is enough to kind of equal the other one, the salvo. Oh, yeah, this. Yeah. I don't remember actually like where. Although, well, it's just just general monster voice, kind of. But yeah, Nate. Yeah, Mikey. Well, it's almost a chanting monk as well. Chanting like Tibetan monk. Yeah, Mikey. And for today's video, we are joining a Tibetan monastery. Especially though, yeah. Sometimes indeed, we spreadsheet it up. I know it helps. I mean, I usually in the past, even before making videos and stuff, although I wouldn't go this in depth because I would just answer my own questions, but I would always already kind of fiddle with the numbers and try to because just to put stuff into perspective. Oh, is it your birthday, Berg? Well, congrats on one more year up there, and yeah, many more. I wish you many more years, and yeah, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Even though, well, Mike is kind of crashing the party, of course, but we'll just get him some cake and hopefully he'll leave. More dimension minimum about the duration. Do you mean for the maintenance? Did they say anything more? Not yet, but yeah, the estimate is around now-ish. And 5 more minutes. Oh, servers are up. There you go. Oh yeah. As people were saying there, but I hadn't gotten up that far. This one's the enemy indeed. I know they got it up in time. So but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, if the servers are kind of stable. Let me actually catch up all the way here, and then we'll jump back into. Although actually, in the meantime, let's load this. Where did I? Yeah, it's this guy. Just trying to remember where I had that salvo. So what's the point of having draws when there's no game in China? Yeah. Well, the game is enjoyable again. Oh, hopefully. We'll see.
Safe area
We'll see
detected.
in a minute. But yeah, hopefully, let me know actually if anybody deltas or something. Although I don't think I need to even say that. I think people will just they'll do it. Indeed. Servers are okay now. It's going back to my back for bleed done. No, like that hazard protection. That seed, like the thing with the backfire being very good for that one season was nothing to do with hazard protection. I mean, there was a modifier for it, or an passive for it that helped a little. But it was that also 10% more crit chance. Like that made Negotiator and Backfire really good that season. Without the extra crit, the Backfire is okay, but it's not like. And seeing as well, actually, the because the old version of this thing had crit damage or crit chance as a crossfire kill. But that's also now crit damage instead. So the crossfire kill there. That was crit chance. So like if that was maybe there. But also that would be way too inconsistent for the backfire. But some people like the backfire and are very attached to it. Thing is though that with the backfire, honestly, if you haven't tried it ever, just if you bleed yourself a few times, it just stops bleeding. And then especially once you get to full stacks, it just stops bleeding, guaranteed. So for some fights, it's already been the go-to because, yeah, 200 crit damage is a lot. It is kind of a mediocre weapon, but the talent can be very strong if you can keep it up. And there is places where you can make it be up. So for instance, Incursion, actually. The speedruns with Incursions are... at least for the Lovebirds, I think they still do it with backfire, right? Although the one-shot builds... Oh, well, not so much the speedruns, but just like community quick clears kind of thing. Well, actually, maybe even the speedrun, because I think one of the speedruns was done with that. Well, I think doesn't the stat striker headshot, one shot, maybe? Because I feel that just ends them. 59 maintenance. I think you and Mike are the only ones, Dag. You should maybe then, yeah, Mike, dog Mike nuts. But yeah, the rest of us are happy it's up. Indeed. Mike01 takes, but hopefully also Mike01 gives, and hopefully they give server stability. Yeah, let's actually just quickly double check this and then let's go play a little bit. We'll have to see as well. Because I don't think I'm gonna go in one go, but likely what we'll do is in a while raid out, and then I'll be back later in the evening. Because I'm not gonna go all the way till night. I should take a break and be smart about it. But I'm enjoying myself. So. The one can give any tips. Division 1. Actually, so if you're into Division 1, or if you're familiar with Division 2 and stuff as well, there's a creator. Let me actually just go and find their channel. Because there is a bunch of good stuff out there for Division 1, because as well, nothing got updated too much, but Live It Frey, they still make Division 1 content. And they've been actually pretty active again as well since the thingies came back. But yeah, they have a for instance, a weekly vendor and stuff still, and a bunch of other videos. But they have also a bunch of build videos and such. So yeah, they're pretty good for Division 1 stuff. They also have a pretty active Discord community. I feel like their Discord is kind of the hang place for a lot of people that still mostly play Division 1, and then also like people that kind of come visit once in a while. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything in all that. We won't know for a bit. Well, because it wasn't like instantly happening to everybody. But we'll likely know in a bit. Hopefully, they are fixed. We won't know for a bit, because yeah, it wasn't like, hey, we pushed this button and it shouldn't delta us, but it delta us. But we'll likely people will let us know. But hopefully they got fixed, whatever was the issue. For survival this month, yes. But it's kind of unclear what it is. At least I couldn't find anything much, but no, indeed. Well, as long as it doesn't become, what was the one for the say? Or actually, Echo was the one for this. I don't know. Was it a different one? Wasn't that something with P, I think? But yeah, this time around they're gonna do some official, because they even like talked about there's going to be a dev stream from the guy that is leading the Survivors team, the Division 2 version of Survival. There's going to be a stream with them and stuff. Boost. See how it feels. Overall, the thing is like a larger max size. At least if you're going the 2-piece, like the 3-piece is kind of okay, but then also like yeah, some other stuff would still be beneficial over it. I would say. At least yeah, if you're going the 2-piece, because the 2-piece is so good, the 3-piece isn't that expensive. But the thing is as well, like your sets are too good at that point. Yeah, sorry, getting to that way late. Semi-sweet bundle. Have you or yeah, that was there already. That's this. I need to actually still buy it, but I don't have the semi or the bittersweet yet. So, but it seems to have like I'm curious to see what the UI thing of it or like this, because actually if it lights up more green like as you get more stacks or something, I would hope that would be. That could actually even be kind of from a gameplay sense, actually pretty cool. But yeah, we'll get that one eventually once we have the bittersweet. I'm actually not too far off anyway, likely by the end of the day. Anyway, welcome over high speed. I know we raid over on Little Huge quite often. It ends up usually when I'm ending, like there isn't too many people around to raid, so we end up raiding Huge quite often actually. But I don't mind as well. I quite enjoy Huge, and I usually try to rate people that I kind of feel are, yeah, you know, keeping it honest and then like not being too, you know, clickbaity or just too manufactured or stuff like that. Little's definitely a great guy. Something like that. Yeah, it is indeed. Survive Fest is the thing they're using for it. There's some known stuff with patches with it, but we'll have to see when it's what it exactly becomes. Because also the thing is like survival is very cheesable with its score and stuff. So it's tied to score. It's gonna be just cheese. Server. Nope. Mike. I'm guessing that guy is named Mike. Anyway, thank you so much, Yarp, for Yarp Narp. I like the name. Thank you so much for subscribing there. As always, much appreciated. Helps me make silly decisions like buying all the apparels as we have here. I do like this is that winter or the BTSU bundle. I'm still very curious about this. There's a temperature thingy there, and I'm really curious if that's actually something. Because yeah, that hints a little bit at like survival and stuff, right? I wonder if that's just set up now as like random, and maybe even because I'm gonna guess in Survivors they're gonna do temperature again as the same way they did in Survival. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, there you. Oh, equalizer backbone unicorn. Oh, for Bestie or something? I think his glass is just gonna line up still a little bit better there. Because yeah, if you're stacking backbone with equalizer, you're feeding two. I mean, it's not super a lot. It's not like the 130 and stuff we have for weapon damage and such. But you're feeding quite a bit into total weapon damage at that point. And that's why glass will still be the go-to there. But also, of course, yeah, if you really don't want to run glass, then yeah, equalizer nowadays. I've been done all morning. Or just constantly. I mean, that's over now. At least it should be as well for you, Josh. Right, refreshing in. But yeah, they took the servers down 3 hours ago, and yeah, the pop-up there as well. The maintenance has completed. But yeah, they took the servers down. You may have noticed maybe yesterday and today some deltas happening to people and maybe yourself. And hopefully this has fixed it. Hopefully. No guarantees, of course. I mean, also I don't know shit. Hashtag not a dev, hashtag not involved, hashtag I don't know shit. But yeah, hopefully, yeah, the Delta vision is hopefully over. It's we can go back from Delta vision to the vision. Yeah. Although, well, likely they were just checking because it just came up as well. It's like a minute or two ago, so maybe they were, they tried it a few minutes ago. And oh yeah, so let's double check these numbers, and then I just want to play for a bit actually, and then we'll come back to this later. I'll move I think I'm just going to move the equalizer video to recording it tomorrow evening, and then tomorrow afternoon we can still work on this, because I realize actually how big this is getting. Although, well, for now it's going to be fine, because we can just do this equalizer, and then it's basically the same base, but then versus the exotics, and then Heartbreaker, and then Umbra, and then it's done. And Heartbreaker is just going to be the backpack anyway. Or a backpack, basically. Same for Umbra. And we can just do them both with Coyote, just as a... Because, yeah, the difference... Although, well, depends what talents you have on it. With Umbra, especially. So maybe we do it with Tinkerer, maybe. And it is a theme, and yeah, I'm doing pretty good. As yeah, we just got the game back. The game was away. Mike took it from us, but then somebody chased down Mike, and okay, so the game was down for a bit for maintenance, for fixing a major issue that kind of has been plaguing us the last few days, or well, yesterday and today, because they were delting a bunch. But that's hopefully now fixed. Maybe, question mark. We'll see. Yeah, so 1693. We could land this on 58 as well, right? 58. What would that be actually? All right, 3 crit damage mods. So 46, 58. That would likely be better for all of these. So let's do it that way. So 58. This would be the same for all of them, right? Yeah. 58. So we would have 99. Yeah. Okay, 99. So this is then also 99 plus 12. Yeah. Okay. That we do it here actually. So Cheska with each separate, and then Cheska plus Krupa as a comparison point. Yeah, so equalizer plus Cheska. Actually, Cheska plus Salvo. Cheska replacements. Honestly, equalize we've already kind of established how big equalizer is. There's no point in that one. But then also equalizer plus Fox. Because yeah, what does the Fox say? You know what? Might as well go plus Fox contractors and Hollow. Might as well visit all of them. And actually, you know what? We'll even do plus U2. They do util closer than there. Yeah. This can go as well. Wait, did they do utility here at all, actually? Because we skipped it there. Yeah. Yeah. Basically as a stand-in if we go, I don't know, like Palisade or stuff like that. Oh, so the that's right, that's indeed. We're on to Alta. We're on to Epsilon team. Oh yeah. Mike is not bad guy, but he's bad guy, right? He's bad guy, but not a bad guy. Oh yeah. Well, apparently he's a bully, but yeah, he does bully us at. Well, he's more a gate. He does a lot of gatekeeping, right? He just r/gatekeeping. At least it's not as bad as Delta, who gaslights us. Plus, oh well, the so this is versus brand stuff, and then here we're gonna do versus exotics. So the exotics will come here, and yeah, we'll definitely have, you know, well, we'll have basically a utility exotic. I think you mean overdogs then, because overdogs we already have here as well, but we're gonna include it here again as well. But yeah, we'll. Here is more just against other brands, and then we'll take it into exotics as well. I think the exotics are way too big for Salvo to overcome anyway, because Salvo is kind of the size of Cheska now, basically. But yeah, we'll have the exotics like in this one. Here is just gonna be other brands and other like similar items. Foxes, contractors, Hollow Mans. What's behind LNG to use for Tinker? We have a video showcasing that. In the Tinkerer in-depth look, we kind of go over that, but also in the OD kind of recent build showcase, we kind of go over that as well. Mostly though, it's the MG5 and the M249 slash Mark 46, which are just the same family basically of weapons, those three. Yeah, mostly those. And actually, I can link here to seeing as we also likely have a 10 newer faces maybe in here. I'll link to the recommended weapons and talents there. Even though we did both in the Twitch end, but so then the recommended weapons and talents. Oh, actually, should open the Twitch link because otherwise it goes to a browser within thingy. But basically, this is kind of the recommended weapons and including some of the exotics and such. The one thing to kind of keep in mind with this is like higher up is more recommended, but more recommended isn't per se better. Because yeah, sometimes it's perfectly fine to pick something a little bit lower down because it has like a trait that you're looking for. But yeah, this one kind of lays out how to kind of both talent-wise and weapons-wise, which ones I recommend. Especially, yeah, in LMGs, it kind of depends on, yeah, for instance, for OD, because of the higher damage per mag of the Mark 46, the Mark 46s, or Mark 46 slash M249s. And for just like striker and stuff like that, I like the MG5 a lot. And then specifically the MG5, so not the infantry MG5, but the normal MG5. It has more than enough compensation in its base damage for the crit chance mod that it loses, or crit damage mod that it loses. Yeah, let's so except for the Cheska here, because with the Fox, the contractors, well, actually I should do it like this. So for the Fox, the contractors, and Hollow Man, this will be this, because they basically just trade a rate of fire stat for, you know, the thing that they have. And then for this one, it'll just be, yeah, basically with that. Oh, it's the same. But then it doesn't have that extra stat anyway. And we just need to figure out the Cheska one. But that I can just do here. Because with this we can land 60, right? Because this would be 54. Yeah, so 54, 60, 60, 123. Oh, I should do it like this. 123. You know what? I can have a peek over here if that lines up with this. Because we've kind of done similar things already. We're just expanding it exponentially. 6123. Yeah. So. That matches, then the rest matches too. 6123, yeah, so okay, and then so foxes will be 18. Contractors will be 8 there. Hollow Man will be this plus 14. Hollow Man was 14, right? I always forget. We use it so little. Even though, yeah, 14 kind of sounds tasty nowadays. But it got buffed like with Project Resolve or something like ages ago. And then yeah, utility just doesn't have any of that. And then yeah, we need to fix up the rate of fires. That's 1.15. No. 1.15. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of the gap between those two that they always have. Okay, so that looks about right as well. Yeah, Cheska barely winning out against Salvo. Salvo is kind of equivalent to Unit, but it's still kind of, yeah. But yeah, it's basically balanced with everything else. So honestly, I think it's in a healthy spot. Neat. One legendary content. This is just to all red builds, or should we run some CC healing support? I think it's likely going to be more towards 2 reds. You could maybe, depending on the mission, you could go like one person being a striker, one person being like a Regulus or something. And then each focuses on the enemies that they're better off against. Like the striker can even like pop the helmets on the heavies or something for the Regulus player while they're like popping other heads or stuff like that. The thing with going with like a full support is the way to kind of see it is like if you're one person out of a 4-man team, you're like 25 or you're 25% of the team, right? So team wise, if one person is kind of dropping their damage, but then you're getting that back in CC, it being 25% of it is a lot, it balances out a lot more than, yeah, if you're 2-man and one person kind of drops a lot of their damage, that's half of the team's DPS going way down. So the less people you have, the more it'll be more towards either hybridizing a little bit, because yeah, you could also go with things like the striker combat medic or something like that, and then a full striker or something like that. But I think honestly the best answer would be to kind of have limited CC on each player, just each if you have a foam or something for the dangerous enemies, and yeah, maybe just having a striker and then a headhunter. But likely 2 strikers will do the best. The thing with Legendary though is it's not so much even about the builds and stuff, it's a lot also about knowing exactly all the spawns and having a plan of attack for each spawn. That's honestly what Legendary is much more about than anything else, really. And then like the plan of attack will change depending on the builds that you have available, but it's much more about like knowing what's going to spawn and how you're going to react to that for best outcomes. One person you could check with as well. I don't know if is Toasty up? Don't think so. No. They're likely already done. But if you see Toasty around, he would be like the person to ask because he does speedruns duo. So you could check with him. He usually streams like a little bit earlier than I am now. And actually, yeah, tomorrow they'll have community runs and stuff, right? So they'll be around. Actually, are they doing community runs in the first week? I'm guessing they do, right? But yeah, it would, because yeah, they do duo speeds and stuff, so. But they are like then really like speed running, so it's like they know perfectly all the spawns. They have like plan of attack for every wave, which is not, you know, just not, you don't need to go that far. But yeah, so where were we? Yeah. And as we kind of see, actually, all of these are kind of close together. Actually, let me zoom in a little bit here. Because yeah, we basically have equalizer plus salvo, and then just unit plus salvo is just kind of as a reference point. We can kind of see how much equalizer is more than salvo, or equalizer is more than unit, with just normal obliterate. But then we have all these equalizers plus like the salvo being replaced with other stuff. And actually, just with a unit piece, where we just have that extra crit damage that we would have, that already catches up with salvo. So salvo is basically around the same amount as basically all these other items now. So, which is also a healthier place for it to be, because yeah, I was way ahead. It was really like, it would have been, I mean, we can literally do that. 28. Yeah. Oh, that should be out. So 20. Yeah. So what it was before was, yeah, basically was ahead of everything else. And by a healthy margin, like that's 2% more than the Cheska, especially with Killer on. And this is the reason as well that it got nerfed effectively. So, I should, yeah. So, but yeah, with the 5% that is now, it is basically equal to the other pieces. Meaning that actually equalizer plus Cheska is competitive, because also you get more damage per mag. But then, yeah, when we trigger Killer, then it kind of evens out, at least on the burst DPS, but it's still ahead. This makes it that I'm leaning towards equalizer plus Cheska still, like, because the thing was also always like, Cheska still a little bit ahead of Fox's Prayer as a second piece, if we're just going to high-end pieces. But then, of course, the thing is, this is not with exotics in there, and Overdogs is humongous. And so is Tinkerer is humongous. And Coyote is bigger than Cheska, for instance, as well, so the exotics will be equalizer plus some of the exotics. Is kind of obvious from this already. So, and here as well, kind of the reason we don't go Hollow Man, especially here with the AR, we're already pushing into DTH quite a bit, and that means that at this 60% armor rate, so that's what this signifies, is basically we're going like there's 60% armor and there's 40% health. Well, just guesstimation wise, kind of the way that because yeah, if we set this to like 100, DTH will kind of look way stronger than I feel it is. If you set it to like to all armor, then DTA looks way more powerful than I feel it is. This seems like a good middle ground. And I do feel there is a little bit more armor than there is health, even with heavies and stuff. Because yeah, like if you general play as well, like if you go countdowning, and also how many elites there are in retaliation and stuff like that, like it bumps the armor side up. But yeah, Hollow Man is basically equivalent to contractors here, and that's only really on ARs, because we're pushing up a decently high number, a little bit higher, although a medium high number. Because the really high numbers are like weapon damage and stuff. Diminishing returns be a bitch, yo. But yeah, so we'll leave. Yeah, let's go play for a minute. Let's go see as well. I'm kind of curious if how the servers are holding up. Let's put the salvo back. Oh, this is going to be her equalizer, so that can stay. Because I think actually, yeah, equalizer overdrives is, as a general set, kind of the way to go. Well, let's actually go to that other character. We'll leave this like this, because we'll come back to this later. Let's go to that other character. This is a more concentrated company. Let's concentrate on our company. I need a melon. I mean, yes. Thing is, although depends on if you're running equalizer. So yeah, if you're running an obliterate chest alongside of it, then unit alloys is then yes. But if you're already running Cheska with a lot of the builds, especially with Memento, and also, yeah, just as a pet peeve, Memento. It's not a Mo-mento, it's a Meh-mento. It's really, as a pet peeve. I'll take it to you. Personal orienting. What was I saying? And then, yeah, Cheska will be very competitive with unit alloys. So if you already have Cheska in there, likely that's gonna actually beat it. Except if it's like in Heartbreaker or something, or Striker, where it's also adding into the like a stacking. But for a lot of builds, actually, Cheska is still competitive with basically a salvo, just unit alloys, but not equalizer. Equalizer is very, very much not with its name. It's not equal to the rest. It's way higher. So the backup now. Yeah, all seem backup. Has been for a bit as well, actually. I was just mostly still finishing up that stuff. Oh, is there equivalent to Lexington for LMGs? Not to the same degree, but yeah, some of the actually, yeah, the link should still be up. That recommended weapons and talents link up there. Because MG5 and M249 are definitely, I feel, some of the better picks. For tipping skills as well, the M60, the classic M60 specifically. Mostly because they're the RPM, like it's actually kind of preferring lower RPMs. So those three. Actually, I should have brought that one up earlier as well. But yeah, for tipping skills specifically, I like the M60, the classic M60 especially. But yeah, nothing to the same degree of the Lexington that just kind of locks out most other ARs. Because Lexington definitely, for a bit there with the Tinkerer, it was definitely also like, okay, you can't use it with the Tinkerer, and Tinkerer is powerful, so maybe we don't go with Lexington, but now Overdogs is here, and that makes it a choice again. I have capital as a priority. Yeah, let's actually go do that. I like we'll just do that and then round out for the afternoon here, because yeah, I do need to go eat. I also actually need to do. Oh yeah, I need to do some work stuff. So actually, I realized suddenly. I know. Let's run solo. I'm curious to see. Actually, concentrated company. Overdags. And that one saves as a 5-piece just so I can load whatever thing I want in there. Yeah, let's run this solo and see how it works out actually. Because I kind of know, but maybe they've changed something between PTS and now. Ambassador for Ally and Striker. Overall, if you're going, because yeah, there's two main Striker setups, of course. There's Chest Striker and there's Obliterate Striker. Obliterate Striker, Equalizer. Like, no questions asked. If you're running an Obliterate Striker, like if you were running a Glass Striker, then still likely Glass. If you were running like Sacrifice Gift. But if we were running obliterate, there is no other obliterates anymore, basically. Like for this character as well, like this Cheska chest with obliterate, like it either goes a different talent or it just goes in the stash. But yeah, equalizer, definitely. For chest striker, Cheska and unit alloys are both kind of head-to-head. And you could make a case for either with unit kind of, or well, salvo specifically. Salvo stacking a little bit faster, but it's also just a little bit. And then Cheska being ahead on damage a little bit, but also a little bit. So on Chest Striker, it's a little bit more vague. You could make a case either way. Kind of depends what you're doing and like if you're pre-stacking or if you're stacking in combat. Because if you're pre-stacking, you might as well go with the Cheska because you know you're pre-stacking anyway. This how fast you stack, it doesn't matter. I'm pre-stacking like with right and stuff where they are kind of in animation. So. And also, yeah, likely tomorrow we'll make the unit alloys video and it'll go up on Friday. So, increase rate of fire into calculation. I mean, I do. Of course, I do. I mean, we're even looking at, for instance, here we're looking at how much faster it stacks. The difference is though that like 5% is like, you know, this is because this is all the way to like 200 stacks is here. Like on that height is 200 stacks. Like, you know, this is 20 seconds, this is 15 seconds, so this is like less than a second difference between them to get to there. Because even like something like the Stack Broker had a much bigger deviation than that. Of course, because it was, you know, 20%. So. But for this world, you could. One of the things is though that the Pesty lines well with this. This gear set gives weapon damage as one of the few sets that does. Especially with the backpack, you gain quite a bit of weapon damage, and that makes the Pesty, once you're kind of stacked up, a pretty good choice. But yeah, you kind of need to, and that's why this is the main weapon. You need to get into some stacks before that Pesty actually even becomes viable. But at full stacks, but yeah, it takes a lot longer than the Lengmo setup to get to full stacks, of course, because the full Lengmo setup is just 5 kills and backbone is full, right? Like that's pretty quick, and then the rest doesn't need any stacking. This needs a lot of stacking, but once it's all the way up there, likely at like 30, especially now with the crit damage on top that they added to it, likely at 30 stacks, this Pesty is kind of on the level of the Lengmo setup, and then it has 5 more stacks. So, but also, yeah, we'll look into that one tomorrow. We'll go through everything.
The priority is to get back to
or well, not tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll still do unit, and then at some point we'll start working on concentrated company.
You'll have civilian assistance to get you through the perimeter.
But we already know a lot. The thing is, they just added that 70 crit damage at full stacks, basically.
But it looks like the smoke's working.
But that's basically a killer on top, or, you know, quote unquote free.
Hostile reinforcements converging on your position.
Yep. That the red was not.
And it's gonna keep hurting.
T is actually an awkward button to hit a lot, especially if I'm having to hit T and Q, kind of target them together.
Need another mag.
And stuff like that is kind of annoying as well with the turret and the drone. Like the drone just isn't responsive enough. Although I get a stack per kill anyway.
Reloading.
My friendly friend is just friendly standing there. But that's fine. Go to your decoy. Go to your decoy. Go to your decoy. Because I'm kind of like at 10 stacks and stuff now, and we're, you know, killing fast enough. Especially with this, I kind of want to look at how big of a difference vigilance is at the start. It's definitely vigilance is going to lose at the at like full stacks. That's a given. But if it gains us quite a bit at the start of it,
Looks clear.
All right, push forward.
might be worth it. There's also now that 70 crit damage is kind of, yeah, that 70 crit damage isn't affected by the backpack and stuff, so it's just base of the set. Looks in the striker. Most of the ways though, yeah, it's going to be equalizer plus one of the exotics mostly. Because a coyote is still going to be bigger than it. And that means that Tinker is, well, Tinker is bigger than Coyote. Where's my dude? Oh, he's still... No, wait, I hit the button for myself, too. Actually, that skill efficiency making a difference. This character, I went around, so... You can cheese getting that 10... A lot of people already have noticed. You have the guys sometimes in the... Although, well, maybe that's fixed now. Maybe that was part of the issue. I don't know. But yesterday you could do it, doesn't do it, but likely still can. My dearest of friends. No? There should be a recall. Like, you know, with the drone you can double tap to recall. Or just kind of reset. I feel this guy needs similar button.
That was the last of them.
Sorry?
You should have a clear approach to the entrance.
Okay.
Then it's time to get in there and finish this.
Well, we're half stacked there. Even with... I'm gonna call him Mike, not helping out. He's not as chatty. Actually, yeah, I'm like thinking back there. I'm just processing like, wait, I mean, I've heard him. But did they actually patch his verbosity? Oh, how much he yaps? Because he would just be yapping here, right?
Hostile radio intercepted.
Sir, proximity charges just detonated in the rotunda.
Maybe they didn't know. Oh, and thank you so much, actually, for Donatus. for the subscription. Yeah, sorry, I missed it there.
Restored.
But thank you so much, as yeah, helps out in making poor decisions like buying all of the apparel as we do. Anyway, we'll be sure to waste that on some apparel in the coming times. And on second accounts, thingy as well.
System reactivated.
Season pass. One of your bills, like Circle Pesty. Oh yeah, that would be like as a concept stuff. Would be, the thing is, like, the balancing that would be hell. And also, that's a lot more complex than the current guy is. Because you gotta remember, behind the scenes, this guy is basically just a drone, right? It's effectively just the AI of a drone, and you can move around, but he just moves around on the ground and stuff.
Once you acquire the briefcase, head to the roof of the
But that means that it's also pretty simple. There doesn't need to be very complex calculations for him. There isn't much in the form of interaction between us and stuff. And also, they don't need to save as much. for him because it's just like, oh, what level are you with each of the ones, and then that's it. Because once you add that kind of stuff in, it like adds a lot. But they are pretty chunky. Like, yeah, they can tank for quite a bit, and yeah, they're keeping enemies off of us. That's more the way to kind of look at this guy, because he's not very useful outside of that. Where's my drone? Did you shoot? Well, one of the things here is he's actually killed a few enemies, which not that many, but just a few.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Lie down and die.
But without me marking them. I know we lose stacks very slowly. But yeah, the thing with this set is like, yeah, it's completely, it feels completely like a different beast in a group setting.
Most likely has the briefcase.
They'll try to evac it.
Is the thing, because you have so many more stacks per kill.
We're on it.
That's also why I kind of wanted to do this. This is kind of the worst case. Well, not the worst case, because we still have this guy off, but it's one of the lesser cases for him. Thank you so much. Yeah. Again, yeah, for Dennis. Lagander. Oh, yeah. One thing I could see them doing, and we were talking about it earlier, is if I were them, what I would do is, so next season we just get something whatever's, or you know, a modifier that season. And then the season after that, we get another companion season. And then maybe, you know, then Rikers or Hyenas, and then, you know, you make it make sense story-wise. Hey, these Hyenas broke off, and now they're your companion. And then also, each time they can, of course, you know, take the lessons learned from the last time and kind of improve and iterate. And then, you know, then again, a season of whatever's, some other modifiers, and then you go back to another season of, you know, now it's Rikers or something, or Blacklist.
Flank and engage.
And that way, each time they can improve on, you know, the issues and stuff. Again, he's yapping just as much. He doesn't seem to be yapping as much out of combat, though. Or maybe I'm just misremembering how much he yapped out of combat. Or maybe in a mission he doesn't. It's more like out in the open world. If we're not in combat, he's yappy. Place the DNA obliterate chest in Tempest Striker Tech Tank. Oh, actually, that's that's definitely a question we'll answer, but likely, yeah, not for a while. I'll likely see. I would think not. I'm trying to think back, because yeah, the differential basically needs to be a little bit over 3 and a 3.8% or something, and DNH has that. So likely that might be the only obliterate that survives. Actually. But yeah, when we go through the build collection, because I'm just gonna go build by build basically, and then yeah, wherever we need something like that figured out, we'll just figure it out. Okay, so is this guy getting shot or just being targeted by my ally? That reveals it. Because yeah, these guys. So this guy's a jammer. But it doesn't reveal it unless my ally is targeting him. Or actively shooting at him, but it's basically the same. Because I was wondering how that jammer one worked. Because sometimes the icon showed up and sometimes it didn't. But actually that in that video they kind of hinted at that. I should have just pushed up. have the firepower to deal with this.
down and die.
Okay, we're starting to get to the points where this is getting kind of good. Actually, for the roof, I'm gonna swap over to. Oh,
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm gonna swap over to the SD.
What a shit show.
Oh, there's an OMG again.
Flank and engage.
And these guys are pretty chunky. Kill my precious. Yeah, stuff like this, like that. Because even their... Even their triangle sometimes disappears. Or maybe that was just hard to see in the lane. But now that we're kind of stacked up, it's kind of easy to keep kind of stacks because we don't lose as much. That's the strength of this. Like, that's the thing of it. It just loses stacks way more quickly. It doesn't gain them as fast, but also it doesn't lose them as fast because every 10 seconds. They should make that clearer in the wording on the thing as well, because you know the wording on it is stacks decay every 10 seconds, which like makes it sound like you lose all stacks. That's actually how I read it at first, but because yeah, it's one stack is lost every 10 seconds. Right, if I need, let's see, you can get it before this season. Yeah. I mean, that was, yeah. If you don't have your companion out, I mean, you can, but also I would keep the companion out and get these bonuses. These bonuses are actually pretty good. Like this, the companion kills your marked target one. This weapon handling feels really good in that. It's just 10 seconds, but it still feels really good. Like that, I would much rather have that than another 20. But honestly, I'm surprised people are focusing on the hazard protection. One of the, I mean, backfire, but this is the least useful one to me. Skill efficiency, weapon damage, like this is actually for a tech tank will be pretty great, especially with the skill efficiency there. I know it's this gear set is also nice for assholes like me. I can sit there and yap for a while. and still have some stacks.
No!
Taking heavy fire.
I don't have eyes on.
One thing that might be handy to check with this is maybe, although I think I already checked bestie stacks, I think. But we should check if like maybe thermal hits or something maybe counts as like a second person doing it. Because you might have quirks like that. This feels pretty decent now. Even though we're not fully stacked.
Reloading. There's no hiding from us.
Clear.
Copy. Awaiting confirmation.
All right. When you're ready, set up a flare so we can get that briefcase somewhere safe.
What's wrong with like that? Has he? Yeah. Yeah, they're not the cleverest. But the decoy. They decoy the decoy. I guess. Yeah, that would be fun. Just single attack. This one. Oh, is that a cash given to every account? You mean the Twitch drops? Or just as compensation?
Have to go.
I wouldn't, they might do something like that, like yeah, give a compensation of like, hey, sorry for the deltas. Here, have this. But I'm guessing you mean more the Twitch strats. How do you replace a self-commanding journey? Is it not just swapping your first one to your recruit? I think, yeah, that is the... But you need to do it several times, I think. You've done just once. And maybe it didn't count it. It didn't count it once, but... If you mean, yeah, this replace your assault companion is basically just recruit a different one. So just find a different one and then just recruit them. At least that's... I have it complete. I think it's from there. To a generator, so you can do a spun now.
You're coming up on those radar trailers.
They won't count for... Oh, we can try here actually, but they won't count for objectives. Or maybe they do. Nah. That would be too useful. One of the things with it, the companion as well this season. So normally companions are available in not companions. Modifiers are available in Countdown, and actually, you know, usually pretty strong in Countdown. This season, likely because the double subgroup, it being two subgroups, and not wanting to deal with like how to like have one companion or have two companions and then having to deal with the AI of those two. They've just completely disabled it in Countdown. I'll be interested to see actually if that pushes people to maybe retaliation more.
Repositioning. Just lie down and die.
The annoying thing is he also, yeah.
There's no hiding from us.
.46. And I'm not even like fully stacked there yet, and this is ungraded besting. That's not a bad tick.
There's no hiding from us.
Confirming one trailer out of action.
Okay, knock out the other one.
I forgot to actually check. We'll check.
Maneuvering.
It's not completed. Bug simulator, is it? Okay. I've even recently played way buggier games than this.
Taking evasive action.
But yeah, just try replacing them, and if it doesn't work, maybe try logging out and in.
And it's gonna keep hurting.
Oh wait, weren't you talking about replacing your assault companion? Yeah. Why is that? No. So you need to recruit a different assault guy. So you need to, you know, it's not replace them with a medic, because that sounds like what you did there. It's you recruited one guy, you need to go find the second guy somewhere out there in the open world, or sometimes in control point, or safe houses, and then recruit them. That replaces your assault companion. Because swapping to a different thing is that swap.
Changing mags. Flank.
Serious trauma detected.
I don't have eyes on. hiding from us.
There's a lot of hiding from us.
Incoming.
There.
He's flanking. I'm reloading.
LMG guys with blue are pretty chunky.
There's no hiding from us.
Oh yeah, that guy doesn't count for the for the circle. Because the second I leave the circle, it turned
Flank and engage.
white.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Watch your flank. You're going nowhere. And it's gonna keep hurting.
I mean, that's also not true, but
Too close.
I've played way more annoyingly bugged games. Although, well, Division also has plenty of its fun. I didn't think you had that one. That one was the one. Or was one. Am I bleeding? No. Good. Although, yeah, I'm not doing a good job getting stacks either.
I'm reloading.
No further contact.
That's the downside actually with the Pesty, I realize now a little bit more, is anything that the Pesty stacks kill, if they're not marked at the time, I don't get a stack for. And there it was killing some of the enemies even behind enemy lines. Out of sight. Yeah. So basically each of them has traits. So when you run into the guys, it'll show the traits on the guy that you currently have, and then the traits on the guy that is like in the open world. And some traits, you know, might be better or worse. But also you want to, at the start of things, you want to recruit 10 of them. Just keep recruiting as you see them, because there's a kind of a passive buff that's based off of that. There's a passive buff that you need to have recruited 10 of each, and then each of those is a passive buff that once you've recruited 10 is like full, and then you wanna, because every time that you recruit a different one, you're replacing. So
that fucker was the one. A lot of good people from my old unit
which is
because of him.
a little bit weird on how they've set up the system, but
Set up a flare from the front steps to signal the all
it means at least like
Come on
people
home.
have to like do the
Let's
thing
celebrate.
to get the bonus. Oh, I got lucky shot for me. No, no. Let's go, you know. Yeah. And yeah, they although he seems a lot more silent out of combat, because he was also very annoying in combat or out of combat. No, or is it just me? Or maybe because maybe I'm also misremembering, because we didn't do much missions. Maybe inside of missions he's not as chatty, but we can see. We go just walk around in the open world or something. Because doing activities and stuff yesterday, he was also chatty here. So I wonder if they actually maybe sneakily changed the value there as well in the patch there. Find his ways, yeah. There should be just an option of just, hey, this is a trained soldier. There should be literally a toggle in here that just says mute. Just shut up. He's a trained soldier. He should know when to speak and when not to speak. You shall only speak when spoken to. And I'm a silent protagonist, so I'll never speak, so. So you'll never speak. Yeah, but yeah, they didn't count for that. They leave the oven on, yeah. You know what I want this guy to yell? Because he knows some of these, he knows the true sons that were killing there, right?
Come on over and
He should go, I got Alex!
I appreciate the trade.
Is that too much to ask? Because yeah, he knows Alex, likely, in the true sons.
Good to see you.
But yeah, we'll round it out here. Let me catch up on the chat in the background as well. We're gonna figure out who we're gonna go raid, as we'll pay it forward, as we so kindly got raided by two pretty big raids. Oh yeah, let's go for Prime as a fellow master enjoyer. Master climax enjoyer. As I likely for this week we won't do anything because yeah, the first week is always busy. But if you're moving forward, we might pick a date and do that like we did master, like community master runs last week. We might do some more of those, and then with Prime and Toasty, and then take people through masters and get them there, you know, if they're interested in the Tempest or the Tinkerer and stuff like that. Alright, wait, quick fix. If there's a healing iron, it does not count towards it. I'm doing something I'm doing wrong. I haven't per se messed around with because what does it see exactly? Oh, is that just to activate quick fix? It should be just, yeah, the long press and him putting the thingy down. But maybe, you know, try again a few times. Maybe just wasn't paying attention. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't always count every hit. I've had that last time through as well with some journey steps. That doesn't need the hind gear. Yes, quite a bit. I mean, well, in full as well. We'll have likely in the next few days, because likely we'll work on this tomorrow or this evening, tomorrow afternoon, and then maybe tomorrow evening I'll already record it, and then there'll be Friday's video. It's going to be all unit alloys. That's the first focus. What I can already kind of tell you, equalizer better than, well, actually, we just had one there that maybe not, but equalizer better than most oblitz rates, especially Cheska oblitz rates. It might not be better than like Douglas and Harding oblitz rates, but that's just like one specific build, the Tempest tech tank. But yeah, in most cases, Cheska oblitz rates need to become equalizers. Salvo is kind of a take it or leave it kind of a deal. It's kind of equivalent enough to, especially on Striker, kind of equivalent enough to like Cheska or Fox's Prayer or stuff like that. So there is a case to be made of you're stacking faster, but there's also a case to be made that you're dropping sustained DPS. So, and, you know, ammo economy a little bit. So I think for Chest Striker, I'll still stick to Cheska as like the high-end piece, and then usually Cheska plus an exotic. And then for some builds, actually, so here we're already as well looking at OD backpacks as well. The thing is actually, for instance, for OD backpack, I'm going to stick with Cheska because we're losing too much in the damage per mag, especially, and not gaining enough in the burst DPS. Like if we gained really a big difference, because we can gain a tiny bit versus the Cheska Vigilance, going unit Vigilance. But it's a tiny bit on the burst, and everything else goes down by more significant factors. But yeah, this will be a whole video onto itself in the future. So, indeed. Uh, These are good. And so there are strikers. Well, if you just want to mess around with other things, like thing is, strikers is uniquely positioned high. Nothing per se reaches it, but plenty is close, right? Like tipping scales, Umbra, OD, concentrated company, negotiator, Hunter's Fury, all have a little bit different playstyles and are more than enough for heroic, especially. So a good try. Well, if you're playing groups, the concentrated company is what we're trying out. Otherwise, maybe messing around with tipping skills, or negotiator, or Umbra, or Hunter. Even Heartbreaker, although Heartbreaker is basically striker, but worse. Although mostly because of its stacking. So yeah, basically that's also why in the Heartbreaker tech tank it's less of an issue. 6 slot equalizer for PC, and so yeah, that part is a little bit up to discussion because that last piece, mostly some of the exotics. So Tinkerer and Overdogs are some of the bigger exotics, especially. Tinkerer with 2 good damage talents is quite a bit ahead of Coyote. Overdogs, especially for just general play, is quite a bit ahead of even Tinkerer, but then, or well, not quite a bit, but yeah, when it's active, it's quite a bit ahead, but then kind of averages out to be still a bit ahead of Tinkerer with like Killer plus measured and stuff like that. So, but even for instance, Centurion and Coyote will be still the go-tos as well. Like, but Coyote is still like more than Salvo, for instance. So, yeah, one of the exotics. But yeah, kind of depends situationally because they're because in some places Overdogs just doesn't work well. So then Tinkerer, preferably, with some good talents. Just gonna let a striker. The thing is, it's just one piece changes that. It's not the whole build, right? It's just the Cheska chest goes out and an equalizer comes in. The rest of the build is still what it was. Season 4, yeah, definitely. New stuff is always fun. But actually, yeah, we're running in that. We're gonna go raid Pure Prime as a friend of the channel's definitely. Oh, I guess somebody's belling. Who's belling?
Priority objective available, Agent.
Oh, there. We have. Oh, that's Hubo is also in the game indeed. Heard the bells in the distance. And yeah. You can't say. But yeah, you know what? We'll jiggle. Yeah, let me catch up on some of these last ones, and then yeah, we'll take it out here. Sorry, I'm just gonna go over there. Just the belling of the other guy. He was belling to the end, which makes him no. We'll see actually if those emotes show the must, right? They each Christmas they usually have that bell emote and the caroling emote as part of some project or something. But yeah, we'll get some, as they hinted at as well there, some Krampus. Yeah, he'll come and cramp on us. Oh, I'm just checking if I didn't miss anything last. The second here. Because it would be a dream. Yeah, I think they should actually just do like even if it's just half or something. The thing is though, most of the time I still wouldn't do it for half because you also still lose the piece because hey, maybe in the future although they're not gonna change this most likely. Yeah. Materials in them. Yeah. Although they also give us so many exotic components. Next week as well, we'll have some things that'll give us a shit ton of exotic components. And again, in a very farmable way as well. So that's also, kind of how they've solved it for themselves on that end. Enough yapping for me. We'll send you all over to Prime, and yeah, he has drops as well. So for those concerned about that, yeah, you can just the timer keeps ticking. It doesn't need to be one person, so you can just tag along with the raid, and your timer will just continue. Yeah, I'll be back in the evening. That's going to be likely. I'm going to be starting maybe a little late, as I need to go eat, do some work stuff. Maybe sleep for an hour actually, and then I'll be back around 9ish, which is in like a little bit over 2 hours. Estimated time 2 hours, and and then we'll continue on in the evening. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. I'm gonna start that raid, catch up one last time, and then send you all off into the distance. Yes, of course. Yeah, I'll be around in the evening. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. Hope you all enjoyed some spreadsheeting and some sitting there bitching at Mike, because yeah, god damn it, Mikes. Yeah, sorry to anybody outside living out there their best life as a Mike. Yeah, as they got likely distracted a bunch as we were just yelling at Mike. But yeah, thank you all for joining me, and I'm yapping for me. I hope to catch you in the future. I'll be back in a little bit if you're interested in some more, and as always, have a good day.